Do ba 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 do boo do a boo ba do ba do boo boo ba do a do ba do ba do a do ba do ba do 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 a do ba do ba do a do ba do ba do ba do ba do a do ba do ba do a do ba do ba do ba do a do ba do ba do do ba do ba do a do 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 a do ba do ba do a do ba do ba do ba do ba do a do ba do ba do 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 ba do.
Hey man, you ready to film?
Not yet. I'm mowing the grass.
With some tweezers? Explains why the yard sucks though.
Listen, bitch. I'm the caretaker. This is the best way to mow the grass.
Who told you that crock of shit?
In the army, stupid. I had to go and mow the whole freaking base like this. And then I had to clean the shitters. And that was a high-profile job.
Well anyway, man, we gotta get to reviewing, so let's head up to Monster Dome and review us some movies.
Be like,
Hey everybody, it's me, stand-up comedian Sean Dills, and I'm with my co-host
Dwayne the Caretaker.
We're back for the Halloween edition of The Monster Dome. So excited. We got a jam-packed episode. It's a Halloween episode, so I packed this fucker to the brim of awesome Halloween goodness. And we got a fuck ton of reviews. And when I say fuck ton, I really mean 6. Alright, so here's what we're reviewing tonight. We're reviewing 2007's Hatchet, 2013's Hatchet 2. Also, we're going to review Goosebumps Phantom of the Auditorium.
We've also got the review tonight, Hatchet 3.
Which I believe this was 2013.
2013. We've got Victor Crowley, aka Hatchet 4. From
2017.
2017.
Yeah.
We're also going to review Friday the 13th, the puzzle game.
Oh boy. Got a shit ton of news, so let's go and jump in. Alright, Dwayne, so it's been a little bit since we filmed it between episode 1 and 2, and a little bit's been going on. I know one thing is somebody got to go to a Guns N' Roses concert. How was that?
That was really cool. So really quick, Guns N' Roses fan since I was a kid. They broke up. I thought I'd never get to see them. And then they reunited about 4 or 5 years ago. I was like, it's a bucket list band I want to see in concert. But they're doing like like stadium tours and all this other stuff, and doing all these big events, and stuff. And now they're on tour and they're hitting other cities they haven't hit before. And they came to Knoxville, and I went, and they played for 3 hours and a half, and they must have played 30 songs.
Shit, yeah.
And it was great because I was singing to a bunch of them, and the people next to me, I guess they couldn't believe that I knew the words to a lot of their songs. And they played songs that they don't normally play in concert. They played a song called Coma off of Use Your Illusion 1.
Long ass song.
Which, yeah, like 8-9 minute song, and it's one of the ones.
Played all of it?
They played all of it.
Oh, shit.
Everything. And even in the middle, they played like ambulance going, like, oh, here goes my ride, is what he said. When they start to do the build up to the ending to it. They played Rocket Queen. Of course, they played all the other hits and everything, and I really enjoyed it, and it was awesome, really awesome.
Well, that's awesome, man. I think I've said this before. When I was a kid, my dad would sing me Lullaby. It was Guns N' Roses. So that's probably, and when I was 2, my favorite movie was Scream, because I was 2 when that movie came out. So I was like born to be like this huge horror nerd. Speaking of episode 1, fun fact, those Black Phantas we tried.
Yeah.
I bought 4 or 5 of them. Just, I like to have contingency plans. I like to have backup. I like to over-prepare. That way nothing can happen wrong where I won't be ready for. So we bought 4 or 5 of those Black Phantas. And fun fact, if you drink a lot of them, you shit black.
Oh, wow.
That was something scary I found out. Tazy had to remind me that Black Phantas were probably the cause, because I thought, I'm going to die. Oh, shit, black. So that was fun. It's Halloween. So Dwayne has been hyping up. So I love Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So Dwayne's been hyping up. He loves Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. I finally got to watch it. Dwayne, I kind of felt let down by Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2.
Okay.
I'll tell you this, though. I didn't really care for it. However, the first opening scene of the movie, the first kill, was probably one of the greatest fucking kills I've ever seen in a horror movie. Probably like my top 10. When Leatherface has his brother's corpse in front of him, he's kind of like a puppet on top of him. Yeah, and he's attacking that car with the chainsaw, and they have like Oingo Boingo playing. I don't know what it was, but at first I was like, Dwayne's right, this movie's going to be fantastic. But for me, it kind of went downhill after. However, I don't know, I was let down, but that fucking first scene was killer.
I loved it. That was one of the ones where everybody talked about the hype about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre when I was a kid. and I was too young to see it in theaters. But then Texas Chainsaw 2 come out. They came out in a video store, and my mom and dad rented it. And number 2, I just think the comedy part of it I loved it. You had Bill Moseley in it as Chop Top. That's one of the things I love Bill Moseley, and him playing Chop Top. Just the way he was acting crazy the whole time and stuff. And they were calling Leatherface Bubba. He's like, Bubba's got a girlfriend. Bubba's got a girlfriend. And then the older brother with the grenade and making the chili out of people and stuff. Yeah. And I just thought...
It's either older brothers or their father.
Their older brother.
Really?
Yeah.
That's their fucking older brother.
Yeah. It's their brothers. That's not their dad. They're brothers and stuff.
What the fuck? You just blew my goddamn mind with that. I did not know that.
Yeah, if you listen to him, he talks about the boys and talk about being brothers and everything. And then if you watch the Leatherface prequel, where the kids are in one kid's in the insane asylum, ends up being Leatherface. They talk about his little brothers and stuff. They talk about their mama and everything. Not the grandma, the grandpa. You see like all decrepit, and they're trying to feed him blood and everything. You actually meet their mom, and she's psycho. She's crazy. But yeah, he's supposed to be the older brother to them.
Okay, holy shit! I didn't know that. I thought it was their dad.
I did too for years. I thought it was their dad until I started seeing some of the other movies. And I'm like, oh no, that's your older brother.
So what order did you watch these in?
Oh, probably 1, then 2, then 3.
Okay.
I don't think I've seen the next generation, number 4, a couple times, but I don't remember a lot about it and stuff.
We watched it literally last night. Yeah. So if I want to rank the 4 original Texas Chainsaw Massacres, Next Generation being my least favorite.
Yep.
And then right above that, I'm going to put Texas Chainsaw 2. And then above that, I'm going Texas Chainsaw 3. I really liked it. It had a dude from Dawn of the Dead, the original, and he's the dude from all the Rob Zombie movies. He was in it. Fucking loved him. And then my favorite being the OG Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I felt bad. I was like, I even felt bad. I like 3 better than 2. I was like, oh, Dwayne's gonna hate my ass.
I don't hate you.
I was like, oh shit. It didn't do it for me. But then again, I'm sure you saw them a lot younger. I didn't see these movies till I was in my 20s. So I don't know. For some reason, we never had these movies on DVD. We had all the Friday 13th and Halloweens. I've seen each of them 100 times. So a lot of this stuff's been new for me. So now I've seen all the Texas Chainsaw Massacres with the exception of the one you just brought up, the 2017 prequel movie. That's the only one I haven't really seen yet. So, we've been watching that, and we watched the new Disney Haunted Mansion movie, which was great. We watched 2004's Dawn of the Dead.
Yep. Great one.
Tazy, what else we've been watching? Oh, of course we've been watching Hatchet, watching the shit out of Hatchet. So watched all 4 of those twice. And the only thing else we really watched was Freddy vs. Jason.
Okay.
Which I forgot how good it was. I remember not. I don't know. For some reason there for a minute I thought I was torn on it, but going back, it's actually really good.
Yeah, first time I watched it, I wasn't really hugely impressed on the first time I watched it.
I was, but I was in 3rd grade, so I was like, yeah.
I was like, oh, this is cool. Freddy vs. Jason, it's gonna be awesome, and it wasn't awesome.
Yeah.
But it's a good movie, and I liked it. It was good. So.
What have you been watching?
Oh well, I watched The Hatchets. In case you didn't know, I watched some. Here's a spoiler: some lame ass Goosebumps episode. Dear God. I watched Salem's Lot. I watched a lot of Stephen King lately. I watched Salem's Lot, Dead Zone, Misery, Pet Sematary, Graveyard Shift, and then I watched the TV series of The Shining, which is more accurate to the book, more faithful to the book than the Stanley Kubrick movie, even though the Stanley Kubrick one is the one I grew up on with Jack Nicholson.
Which one do you think is better?
Oh, definitely the Jack Nicholson Stanley Kubrick one. It's great. They take the same concept, but they make Jack Nicholson crazy.
Yeah.
Whereas the book is Torrance he's a little crazy, but he gets crazy because he's not drinking alcohol and and the solitude gets them. I've watched, what else did I watch lately? Oh, I watched X and then Pearl again.
Okay. I still haven't seen.
Oh, those are good. I love them. Black Phone, which the first time I watched it, I liked it, but as I rewatched it, I'm like less less paying attention to it because it's good, but it's on the lower side of good, I think. Like I said, the first time I was like, oh wow, this is really cool, and then I'm rewatching, I'm like, okay, it's like my face is not as interested in stuff. You know, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just not my cup of tea, maybe.
Yeah.
What else did I watch recently? Oh, I watched the whole Universal Wolfman collection, which is like Wolfman, Werewolf
Now,
of London.
I've watched the original Wolfman. Was it 40s?
Yeah,
I was not a fan. I don't know. Do you like them?
I like it. Well, I'm more of a Wolfman fan than I'm like a Wolfman than vampires and then maybe slashers and stuff like that.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I love slashers. They're all like top tier to me. But like with the Universal ones, I think I kind of like the Mummy more than I like the old Dracula movies.
The fuck?
Yeah. But the Frankenstein collection I just recently bought for Universal. I haven't sat down to watch it yet.
So, have you seen the original Frankensteins?
I've seen them, but it's been a long time since I watched them.
Because I've seen Boris Karloff Frankenstein, I've seen Bride of Frankenstein, I've seen Son of Frankenstein. I've seen those three. I haven't watched anything Hammer. I really want to jump into Hammer one day.
I've not watched a whole lot of Hammer.
Yeah. That's something I want to jump into one day.
Good. But but the thing with the Universal sets is like the Frankenstein and the Dracula and the Wolfman will have House of Frankenstein, which has it's like the Monster Mash, is where you have all of them together. And then House of Dracula has all of them. So since they're in all of them, they put them on each set. So if you don't want to buy all the sets, you want to watch all the Frankensteins, you buy that set. If you don't watch all the Draculas, you have to buy 2 or 3 Draculas to go. You don't have to watch the whole set because it's all the same. Some of them have the same movies on the same discs.
Yeah.
So, but I liked them. What I've got to watch still, never seen yet. I know we talked about Halloween Ends. I think I got.
Please watch it.
I've got that stigma that I've heard about how bad it is.
Okay.
And I'll go into it with an open mind. Believe me.
Dude, it's not what I wanted, but
I'm sure
it's not. I'm actually in the Halloween group on Facebook. They bash it. It's not that bad. If you're right, I recently ranked all the Halloween movies on that group, and it's about in the middle for the series. So
sure.
It's definitely not the worst, but compared to the 2 that came before it, it is a letdown.
Yeah, I got so hyped for that 2018 Halloween, and I thought it was good. A lot of people said it was the greatest movie, greatest Halloween ever, and I'm like, no, it's good.
I think that 18 one is, my ranking is probably number 2. It takes the number 2 spot behind the original.
Yeah.
But then I put probably H2O as number 3.
That's a good one. I watched that last night, I think.
Did you? Yep. I saw that in theaters 3 times in one day. Anyway. All right. Well, we got a lot.
Hold on. I went to go see that when I was in Korea.
Oh, you saw it in Korea?
I saw it in Korea.
It is now time for our feature presentation. Spoiler warnings.
Once upon a time, there was a boy named Victor Crowley. Folks weren't too kind to Victor, so he stayed hidden in his daddy's house, out in the bayou. One night, some mean children came to his house, and there was a bad fire. When his daddy chopped down the door to save him, he didn't know Victor was pressed against the other side. And poor Victor Crowley died. They say people disappear in those woods. And legend has it, if you get close enough to the old Crowley house at night, you can still hear Victor Crowley roaming in the woods, crying for his dad.
I want to go home. We're all gonna die.
Alright, let's go ahead and jump into our first review. Dwayne, we're doing Hatchet. And I've known this movie for years. I can't remember what year Netflix came out, but do you remember Netflix when they first came out, they would send you the DVDs?
Yes.
So when that was a thing, that's how we found Hatchet. We ordered it and I loved it. It had to have been like 2000, I want to say between 2007 or 9. When I first saw this movie and I loved it. It's the Halloween edition, so I was like, let's do a big franchise. And I was like, you know what, Hatchet's only 4. Let's go ahead and dive into Hatchet. And how did you first discover this movie?
I saw a preview, like a trailer on it, on some other movie I was watching. Then I actually saw the DVD like at Walmart or something. So I was like, oh, that's that movie. And like you said, I got it. And I loved it because it reminded me of like 1980s slasher movies and stuff. A lot of gore, a lot of blood, all kinds of good stuff. Messed up kills. I just loved it from the first time I saw it.
Yes. My 2 favorite horror genres are slashers and zombies. So if you are a slasher fan, there's no reason you haven't picked up Hatchet yet. There's no reason. This is just for the slasher fans. This is built for them. So as I was saying, Hatchet is basically a love letter to slasher films. Especially they kind of especially focus their love on Friday 13th. Director Adam Green is a horror fanboy, and it shows in these films. And I'm okay with that. These movies have gore, violence, boobies, and fun. The perfect ingredients, just like the Powerpuff Girls. For 90% of you probably know this already, but for the 10% who don't know, Victor Crowley, the slasher in this film, is played by Kane Hodder. Most people know that, but there might be 1 or 2 people who don't know. And Kane Hodder played Jason Voorhees in Friday the 13th, Part 7 through 10, or Jason X. He is probably most people's favorite Jason. And he plays Victor Crowley in all 4 films, and he's a legendary stuntman, actor, and stunt coordinator, and he is here, loud and proud. So let's go ahead and dive into Hatchet. All right, so our movie starts out with 2 alligator hunters. Apparently, there's a big alligator in the area they're hunting down, and one of them is played by Robert Englund, who everybody should know is Freddy Krueger. Within a few minutes, the 2 hunters are viciously murdered, and that's how the movie starts. And if you didn't know this movie was made in the early 2000s, you would, since you started watching that movie, started watching the movie. You can, it has that early 2000s feel. I don't know how to explain it unless you've seen early 2000 horror movies. They all have that steady cam, quick shots, and it's hard to explain unless you've seen them. But you could just tell what year this was made in. And also, Dwayne, I felt like all the characters in the movie are kind of cheesy, but in a way it works to its advantage. I thought all the characters in the movie were, each one was cheesy in their own rights, but that's what I loved about this movie. You know where you stand with each character in this movie, because you either don't like them or you like them. And each one you feel that with, and I thought that was great. I love movies where, it's okay to dislike a character. It's also okay to like a character, but as long as you have a feeling about that character. I hate watching horror movies where you don't care one way or the other where you stand with that character. And there's a lot of movies, and I mean a lot of horror movies, where I'm like, I do not care about you or any of your stupid fucking friends. Alright, so after the intro, we meet our main characters, Marcus and Ben. They're at Mardi Gras, and Ben is having a horrible time despite all the alcohol and titties running around. He recently got an 8-year relationship, and he's still moping over it. So Ben is played by Joel Moore. You might remember him. He was in Dodgeball. And Marcus is played by Dion Richmond. You may know him as Bud from The Cosby Show. He's also in one of my favorite sitcoms, Sister Sister. I love those two shows, even though I probably shouldn't love The Cosby Show, but I did. That was like one of my favorite shows growing up. Also, one last note, he played one of my favorite characters in Scream 3, Tyson.
So Joel, who's Ben in this movie, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I know he's in Dodgeball. He's also in a little movie called CBGB, which is a movie about the club in the 70s. And he plays Joey Ramone. And if you've ever seen him in this, he's perfect for it. Tall, skinny kid with long hair, and he wears sunglasses the whole time. You wouldn't know who it was until I saw the credits.
Okay, I've never seen or heard of that movie, but I have to check it out now. Ben's still moping about his recent breakup, decides he needs to leave Mardi Gras, and Marcus, being an actually good friend, he decides to go with him, even though he was having a great time. And Ben heard of a swamp tour, and he wants to go on that swamp tour. So he looks up the swamp tour. He finds Reverend Zombie, played by Tony Todd, aka Candyman. Another great cameo in this movie already. I think unfortunately they don't have enough to pay him one day, so it's a quick cameo. But Reverend Zombie sends him to another boat tour right down the street, where they head on over where they meet Sean. Sean, you might remember, he's Perry Sheen. He was in one of my favorite movies of all time, The New Guy. We also meet 3 other characters here in the Spooky Voodoo Shop. We meet porn director Doug Shapiro, and we meet porn actresses Misty and Gina.
Misty, if you remember, her name's Mercedes McNabb. And you may remember her from, she played Harmony on Buffy and Angel.
Okay.
And then if you really go far back, she was in the Addams Families with Raul Julia and stuff from the early 90s. She was a little girl that was selling the Girl Scout cookies in the first one. And in the second one, she had a bigger part. She was a little girl that was in the play for Thanksgiving, the one they're about ready to set on fire and scalp. So she grew up, and she's been in action now.
Alright, and she was in little Easter egg, she's in Hatchet too, but we'll get to that later. So all of them load up on the bus, and we meet 3 new characters. We meet Shannon and Jim Permito, I believe. They are a couple from Minnesota. You may recognize Jim's actor. He's played by Richard Reel, I believe how you say his last name. Riley. Yeah, I don't know how to say his last name, but I do recognize this guy. I believe he was trying to sell Joe Dirt a car, and Joe Dirt, he's like, were you fingered up the asshole by that Buffalo Bill guy? I remember that part. He was in Texas Chainsaw 3D. I believe he's the guy who had the deed to the mansion. He was also in Bridesmaids. And Shannon is played by Patrika Darbo. I guess that's why they're married, because they got the hardest fucking names to pronounce in the world. I didn't recognize her, Dwayne, but apparently she was in Babe. She was in Gremlins 2. And she was in a movie called Spaced Invaders. I've never heard that, but that sounds cool.
Yeah.
And then our other new character, Mary Beth, who's played by Tamara Fieldman. I didn't know her either, but she apparently most recently has been in the new Walker show on the CW.
Okay.
I guess, she hasn't been doing a whole lot since Hatchet. But those are all of our new characters. Whew, finally we got that out of the way. Alright, now we got our main characters. We're heading up in the bus, and Dwayne, this is one of my first scenes of the whole movie. It's just them on the bus interacting with each other, building characters. Like I said, there's one thing I thought this movie did excellent is built like the characters. I have opinion about each character. I know who I want to live. I know who I want to die, and that's what I love. That's what a good horror movie should have. You need to care about your characters. And this whole scene with the bus ride, they took their time and got to do that. I loved the scene where Sean is driving the tour and he's giving telling them stories about haunted places they're passing, but he's getting everything wrong. And then the couple from Minnesota are like, "No, that's not right," and I just love that. He doesn't get pissed about it. I absolutely love that. It has cracked me up. And then Ben is sitting with Mary Beth, but he's trying to hit on her, but she ain't having any of it. And I didn't know this, Dwayne, but recently, just randomly, I didn't even do this on purpose. I was randomly getting caught up on a podcast called Talk is Jericho. And I knew what episode of Edge was coming up, so I put the last 4 on, and I marathoned them while I was at work. Randomly, director Adam Green was on there, and this was 2 days ago. I knew we were going to have the Big Hatchet thing. And a random interview with the director of this movie, Adam Green, and he said in the interview, I didn't know this, but apparently Mary Beth is gay, but he goes, he never felt the point to really pull that out in the movie. He goes, there's really not a point to. I was like, okay. I don't know, I just thought it was a weird fact. I didn't know that until I was on that interview. So yeah, Ben is hitting on her, trying to get close with her, but she's not really, too interested. We know why now, and plus there's another reason why she's not interested. We'll get to that in a little bit. And I don't know why Shapiro brought him and the 2 porn girls. They're going on the tour, I guess, to do porn.
Yeah, kind of like a Girls Gone Wild type thing, where they're just showing their shirts up and stuff. Why did he bring them on a swamp tour? Maybe get shots out in the swamp.
I get it, but I didn't. Okay, but Bayou Beavers. Okay, maybe that makes sense.
It's a great name too.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't understand that, but I'm glad they're along for the ride because they cracked me up. The gang finally gets to the swamp and they get to Sean's shitty little boat. They all hop in, and then we get a new character in the background named Jack Cracker.
That's one of my favorite scenes. Is Perry Sheen. Jack Cracker goes there and he's talking to him, trying to warn him to stay away from the swamp and everything.
And basically, he's like the crazy Ralph from Friday the 13th.
He's the crazy swamp guy, and Perry Sheen goes, "Oh, that's a Jack Cracker," like he's making up the name. But you find out later that is the guy's name, Jack Cracker. It's funny as hell. Dude. I like
and
that.
I also love don't listen. He's crazy. He drinks his own piss. He does actually drink his own piss, which I thought was hilarious.
Oh yeah, and that comes up in Hatchet 2 also.
Yeah. We'll get to that soon. Now, actually, Jack Cracker is played, I hope I get his name right, but Jack Cracker is played by John Carl Buechler. It's kind of hard to say his name, but he's actually pretty deep into horror lore. He did a lot of special effects, he did special effects for Halloween 4, Nightmare on Elm Street 4. He actually did the effects on this movie, Hatchet. But he also directed some stuff. He directed Friday the 13th Part 7. He directed Gremlins 3. And a couple other things. I think he also did effects for Ginger Dead Man, which is something I'm very excited to do on the show one day in the future.
Gary Busey, I think, is Ginger Dead Man.
Yeah, he is in the first one. Yeah. He doesn't do it in the other ones, but in the first one he is in that one. Alright, so the gang continue on their swamp tour, and before long, Sean gets them stuck on a rock or something, and then before they know it, the fucking boat sinks. And as they're all trying to evacuate the boat, Jim, the guy from Minnesota, gets his damn leg bitten by an alligator. He's gushing blood, but everybody gets him to land, and the boat fully sinks. So soon enough, we find out that Sean isn't actually from Louisiana. He's from Detroit, and he switches from a thick, cheesy Cajun accent to a Chinese accent, and that was hilarious.
Oh yeah, he gets mad and stuff and just starts going.
Yeah, that's how he said it. And that's what I love about this movie is the humor. The humor in this movie is great. Recently, I was listening to an interview. I can't remember who it was. But they said that to do a good horror comedy, you need 20% comedy, 80% horror. This movie's like 50-50, and I think it works just fine. I think the guy was wrong. As long as you do it, I think a decent script and it makes sure the movie's fun. I don't think the ratio matters.
Yeah.
And this one's definitely like a 50-50. But the funny thing was, not a whole lot of people was mad at Sean, with the exception of Marcus. Most people were mad at Mary Beth, who had a gun, which saved Jim's life from the alligator. Everybody's throwing a fit about the gun. I was like, no one's gonna be mad at Sean. Like, Marcus did get pissed, but everybody else is kind of cool with it. And Mary Beth tells her the reason she's there is she's looking for her father and her brother. And we find out that her father and brother were the two hunters who got killed in the very beginning. Robert Englund playing one. And she tells them the real story of Victor Crowley. So Victor was born a deformed child. His father kind of hid him away from the cruel world, which is kind of understandable. People are fucking assholes. Cool thing about this scene was Victor's father was played by Kane Hodder, who played Victor Crowley. And actually, in the interviews I watched behind the scenes, him getting to play the father is one of the reasons he took the role, is so he could show off his acting ability. And he does a great job. I was like, he nailed it. I think he was perfect for the role. And so he basically just lived with his son in secret in this little cabin. God damn, he's struggling with them taters. So one night, it was a Halloween night, and some teenage boys wanted to see Victor Crowley. They want to see what he looked like. So they're throwing, firecrackers at his house? And his all wooden house, and it easily catches on fire. And, Victor's screaming around, the house is on fire. But luckily, Victor's father, Thomas Crowley, shows up, and just in time. So he grabs his hatchet to break down the door. Little did he know, Doofy inside is hugging the wall, and he gets a good old hatchet through the face, which kills him. Victor's father lived the next 10 years of his life, just pure misery, missing his son, feeling horrible for what he did, and he lived the rest of his life as a hermit before he passed away. Alright, well, now we got our backstory of our killer, we got our characters lined up, and let's start
killing.
Yeah, let's start the killing and get shit started, where shit gets good. One of my few complaints to Wayne is the background. It just looks black, and with some trees, greenery in there. It's a kind of a plain backdrop, which I did not like. I guess the budget. They had to do what they had to do. Watching behind the scenes, I learned that they actually filmed this in a desert, which was kind of cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, in the beginning of the video, I said that there was violence in this movie. And so it's about 40-something minutes right at this point. And finally, the violence is coming. But good news is, it does take late in the movie to get there. But once it's there, it doesn't stop until the fucking credits. And so here we go. So at this point, they're trying to carry Jim back to town. Unfortunately for them, they got to pass Victor's cabin, which he immediately rushes out of, and he hacks Jim to death in a very vicious fucking way. And then turns around and kills his wife Shannon, and in a very gruesome death. He grabs her from the bottom of her jaw, top of her mouth, and just rips that fucker off. And behind the scenes, Kane Hodder said this is probably his all-time favorite kill. This was a fucking badass kill. I just loved it. It's like opening your Christmas present. I loved it. So after that, Mary Beth shoots Victor Crowley a couple times right in the chest. Looks like she killed him. I'm sure the Pimentos would have appreciated that about 2 fucking minutes sooner. The gang runs off until they get tired. and then notice that Shapiro is running in a different direction. The big dummy went off on his own and quickly gets his head turned around by Victor Crowley. The gang, they're running around, they're getting tired, and that's one of my biggest complaints about this film is once we get to this point, it's like they run around, Victor kills someone, they run around till they get tired, Victor kills someone, and it's just that on repeat the rest of the damn movie. But here they start, they're catching their breaths, and everybody's bickering, especially Bud and Sean, the tour guide, are getting into it, and they get into a little bit of a scrape and fight. After they're bickering, they realize they've been going in a damn circle. So they head back to Victor's cabin, where Mary Beth finds the dead bodies of her brother and father. While her and Ben go inside looking at that, Marcus, Sean, Misty, Gina are all out. They're distracted by a raccoon in the bushes. And while they're distracted, Victor Crowley appears behind them, and he uses a belt sander. Basically, it's like, he saw off the bottom half of Gina's jaw?
Yeah, sands it off.
Jesus Christ, that was brutal. And after he does that, she's bleeding everywhere. Ben hits her with a shovel, but then for some reason drops it after he knocks Crowley down. He just drops the shovel. And Sean goes to grab the shovel, but Victor grabs it first and rips it from his hand. Then he cuts off Sean's leg with a shovel, which was brutal. And as he's screaming, they're bleeding, Mary Beth shoots him. I don't know why she waits till people get fucked up and shoot. She's immediately just shoot. But doesn't do anything. Victor cuts off Sean's head with a shovel. Then Victor gorilla press slams Gina through the fucking shovel handle and impales her in a very gruesome fucking death. That's probably my second favorite kill in the movie. The first one being Shannon's death with the mouth rip-off scene. But this fucking gorilla press slam through the shovel handle is definitely my second favorite kill in the movie.
Yeah, she gets her face sanded and gets thrown through the handle there. That's a good one.
Dwayne, can I ask you something?
No.
Okay, Dwayne, I want to ask you something.
Okay.
How come Victor Crowley can use a belt sander, but he's struggling with taters?
He couldn't open his front door.
Yeah, he can open the front
Couldn't
door,
open the front door to get out.
but goddamn belt sander, fucking
Chainsaws.
chainsaws, he's fucking very proficient at it.
It's not just like handheld tools like hatchets and stuff.
Yeah, like he's fucking like using all this stuff Sean can't use. He's doing.
It's his ghost ability.
Yeah.
He learned it in ghost school.
Fucking Casper and all that, taught him that shit. Alright. Just a quick question I have, like, damn. Alright. So, after that, the gang will run until they get tired. Victor shows back up. Ben stabs him with a pitchfork. Then they run until they get tired and stop and talk again. And this time, Dwayne, this is all I thought was the dumbest scene in the whole movie. They decide, hey, you know that guy we stabbed and shot and he keeps coming? We need to fight him instead of running. So their big plan was to go back to his cabin and I guess torture him. So they go back to Victor's cabin. Ben goes inside Victor Crowley's cabin to get gasoline containers. Dumb thing to do in a scary movie, go in the killer's house. Outside, Mary Beth and Marcus are out there mocking Victor Crowley. Very stupid thing to do in a scary movie. And Misty is off on her own, standing in the corner by herself. Another stupid thing to do in a scary movie. It's like they're just asking for it at this point. And while Ben finally finds the gas containers, he gets Misty's head thrown right at him. And turns out later on he does it. I love the head throwing.
Yeah.
He actually does it in a future movie, which I love they brought that back. After Victor shows up back in the cabin, the rest of the crew jump him and light him on fire. But luckily for Victor Crowley, the slasher gods are smiling down on him, and they makes it rain. And Victor gets put on fire, and they go with the original plan to fucking run. And which leads them, they run to a cemetery, and comedically they all run into a locked gate and fall down. And Victor shows up right on their tail, and he gives Ben a nice, good, nasty, gross smooch and drools right in Ben's mouth, which was gross, yet funny.
It's great. I loved it.
Oh my god, I would have fucking hurled it. They managed to beat him up some more, and they run about 5 feet, and they get winded again and stop, where Victor Crowley rips Marcus's arms off. I was very sad. I love Marcus, but he gets his arms ripped off and dies there. So they run again, and this time they run back the way they came, and luckily they find Mary Beth's father's boat. But before they can hop on, Victor throws like a piece of the metal from the cemetery gates through Ben's foot. And this is probably one of the most badass scenes in the whole movie. Victor is charging at them, and Ben, with the metal thing sticking out of his foot, bends it forward. And he bends it so far that when Victor Crowley runs up on it, the bar goes through Victor's skull. That is badass, because that shit had to fucking hurt.
Oh yeah, sure. Every time that happens to me.
Yeah, he's been through it. But right as they can finally breathe, the metal goes through his skull. Victor Crowley makes sure to give Ben one last wet smooch on the face. And he rips the fucking metal bar off his foot. And oh my god, that had to hurt like a motherfucker. But so, with that being said, they jump in the boat, and instead of rowing like their fucking lives depended on it, they're casually just chilling and chatting while fucking in the boat. And they look like they're getting away. They have beautiful music, and this seems familiar. People on the boat over water, beautiful, happy music playing at the end of a scary movie. Is this Friday the 13th?
The original?
Yeah. And well, just like Friday the 13th, Victor Crowley shows back up. He knocks Mary Beth off of the boat, and she gets stuck underwater under looks like one branch, and she's stuck. But luckily for her, Ben's there to save the day. He reaches his arm out for her, and she grabs it. And when he pulls her up, it's a twist. Victor Crowley had ripped Ben's fucking arm off and used it to grab her, and pulls her up, and she screams, and that's the end of the movie. And you're like, what the hell happened? It just ends there? Yes, because apparently Hatchet 1, 2, and 3 are one big film. And, as soon as Hatchet 2 starts, we lead off right there. That is Hatchet, and boy, was it a lot of fun. And, oh my god, that arm scene, the first time I watched it, I loved it.
I'm waiting to say that is one of my favorite scenes of all time.
Yeah.
I know this is Hatchet. This is a not as expensive movie to make and everything, but just where she's coming out of the water and you think she's being saved, and Victor Crowley's got the other guy's arm holding on to it when she comes out and she starts screaming and he's like screaming in her face. That's just a great ending. That is just awesome.
Yes. I just love that scene. I remember when my dad watched this together, and we were like, oh, that was... As much as I loved Ben, I liked Ben a lot.
Yeah.
It was cool. It was kind of worth it. This movie was a lot of fun. I had a blast watching it. What are your thoughts?
I loved it. Like I said, it's a great movie. It's horror. There's a lot of comedy in it. There's even some drama when you think about poor Victor's dad
Yeah.
and everything. He's got a son who's born deformed, and the son gets killed by accident by him. And then he's just so sad of himself, he just lives as a hermit for years until he dies. I mean, you feel bad for your dad.
Yeah.
Until part 2.
Okay, we'll get to that part 2. Final thoughts, Dwayne?
I liked it. We're going to rate it. I'll rate it. I think it's a 7. It's not a perfect movie. It's not a great movie, but for what it is, which is a horror comedy, lots of gore, lots of blood, nudity in there. That's a good one, right? All right. And a little bit of drama. It's a good movie. I gave it like a 7 out of 10 on horror ratings.
Okay. These are my pros and cons for Hatchet. Pros. Great kills. It's a love letter to slasher films. I loved the characters in this movie. You know where they stand with each one. The main character looks like Shaggy. And I'm a a big Scooby-Doo fan, so that's a big plus. It's a funny movie with cheesy characters and dialogue, but it works. Here's my cons. Run, stop, kill. Run, stop, kill, repeat. Blank backdrop. I give Hatchet 1 8 Victor Crowley wet smoochies out of 10.
It's Tasia, Tasia, Tasia. It's Tasia.
That's me!
The Tasia Review Show, starring Sean Bills.
This is the Tasia Review, and this is my review of Hatchet 1. I thought the movie was just okay. It wasn't my favorite movie.
Alright, Dwayne, before we kind of get any further, I want to talk to you about our star ratings and how I do my stars. No, here's how I do it. A 5, I'm probably just like take it or leave it. Don't really like it or hate it. Anything below that, is progressively hating it. There's probably one movie comes to mind that I absolutely just despise, and we will talk about that movie one day. And I bash it any chance I get. A 6 would be like, just and then kind of going up. A 10, I think, is going to be just like a masterpiece. And you're a little harsher than I am on your scores. How do you do yours?
It's almost the same. I think like a 10 is, like you said, it's a perfect film. Masterpiece, right?
Yeah.
7 is good. 7, 8 is like, 7, 8 is like great. Those are great movies. Those are movies I recommend. Some people may not like them, that's fine, but most people I think will like them. 5 and 6 is good. It's a good movie for what it is. Like I said, when we just talked about Hatchet, they're not giving away any spoilers, but I thought those were really good movies. So they got between a 6, 7, 8 around there,
Yeah.
Some movies I just watch once and I don't want to watch them again because they're not good at all. I mean, 5 is like 5 and up I'd recommend to somebody.
Yeah.
And say, hey, you can sit down and watch it, and the first time you watch it you'll like it. Then about rewatches and stuff, or deep diving into it about the characters, deep diving into it about the backstory, deep diving into it about special edition stuff. They talk about behind the scenes stuff. Yeah, some movies actually get better when you learn all that stuff.
Yeah.
But anything 5 is I'd recommend 5 or 4 or less. I'm like you said, progressively worse.
Yeah.
There's some movies I can't think of one right now, off the top of my head. There's some movies I like, oh, don't watch that. That's crap.
Yeah. And
Don't waste your time.
I've been pretty lenient, I think. I feel like I've been pretty fair. So far the show, nothing's gotten a 5 or lower. But we might have something tonight that might get one, that it might get my lowest score so far. Can't wait to get into that, and let's continue on with the show.
Hey, it's almost Halloween, so we're going to look at trick or treat. What we do is we check on candies, and we're going to rate them here in a second, okay? And today, we have the Kit Kat Witch's Brew.
Alright, Dwayne actually picked these out for us. Dwayne, tell us a little bit about these.
So I bought one of those packages of the Halloween candy. It has the Halloween prints on it. I was like, all right, awesome. I'm going to have some Kit Kats and some the pumpkin-shaped Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. So there we go.
Alright, let's dive in. I'm excited about this.
The Witch's Brew.
Witch's Brew. Uh-oh.
It says crisp wafers, marshmallow, flavored cream, naturally, artificially flavored. Naturally, artificially flavored.
It smells like a fucking candle, dude.
It's vanilla. Marshmallow.
Yeah, you get the marshmallow smell.
It's got a little bit of green tint to it too. It's witch's brew. See that? Yeah.
Let's dive in. I like it. I don't know about you. Somehow I like it. And I was expecting worse because we had that white Snickers last time. But I do like it. I like the marshmallow taste to it. What do you think?
So, it does smell really good. It's actually got like a little bit of vanilla smell to it. But I'm not a huge marshmallow fan. So when I first got it, I was like, alright. Kit Kats with the printing on it from Halloween stuff. And then I ate it and I was like, oh, yeah, it's got a lot of marshmallow taste to it. So I didn't like it as much as I thought I would. But it's not horrible. It's not the worst candy I've had in my life. But it's a good solid, I think, a good solid 5 or 6. It's not horrible.
So, the question is, trick or treat? I'm giving treat.
I'm gonna go treat also. Like I said, it's a good vanilla flavor.
You
It's
think
got some
it's
marshmallow.
barely squeaking by for you?
I think it's just barely squeaking by though.
But wait, there's more! Dwayne, go ahead. I feel like we got some more stuff to try. What we got now?
Alright, well, good got it. One thing in here?
One thing.
One thing. Alright, I'll try to catch it. Twinkies. Oh god. Twinkies flavored popcorn. Here we go. Here we are.
Alright, Dwayne, so me and Tazy, we went up to Dollar General the other day, and I saw these bad boys. I was like, I know what we're trying. So, I'm not a super big Twinkie fan, but this would be like, we gotta try at least once, right?
Try at least once.
On my podcast, Two Guys in the Dark, check that out on my YouTube channel, Cool Kids with Asthma. We tried a Twinkie Wiener sandwich.
Oh my god.
If you ever seen the movie UHF, that's where we got it from. He had a Twinkie cut down the middle with a hot dog on it and with some cheese whiz on top of that. It was delicious. I'm not gonna lie. Of course, the hot dog was cooked.
Okay.
You know. So. Let's try this. Okay. I'm not a big fan of the smell.
I can barely smell anything.
Yeah. Alright. Shit. Alright, Dwayne.
Alright, I'll try a couple. Oh, no, I'm making up too much.
Moment of truth.
Let's you go first.
I don't taste the Twinkie. It tastes like popcorn. What do you think?
Yeah. I don't taste any kind of sweet flavor on it at all. It's just like a regular popcorn.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of caramel on it. It doesn't taste anything different than another type of
It don't taste like a goddamn Twinkie at all.
Nope. Not at all.
They bamboozled us, Dwayne.
I said it, even the smell doesn't smell anything different. Nothing like a Twinkie.
I mean, it's good for popcorn.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
like, what a fucking trick. They're gonna trick because it is a trick.
I think I'll try to see if there's like a different shading on it, like you can mix two of them together or something.
Yeah.
No.
Nope. Okay, yeah, that's gonna trick for me.
Regular old popcorn.
And I like popcorn. It was just a trick. That's why it's getting what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Popcorn's not bad. It says it's a Twinkie. It's a fucking lie. It's a trick. They tricked us.
Hold on, take it. I'm gonna pull something else out. All right, Dwayne, we're not done yet.
Whoa. Okay.
Next up, we have Warhead Sour Popping Candy. I wish it'd stick up straight. You got that? So this has green apple, watermelon, and blue raspberry. Let's try these out. So we got each one. Uh-oh, this is just... Do we bring scissors this time? Okay. So we'll have to try each one out individually. Is that another goddamn plane? I see you this time. Like, plane. Alright, Dwayne, I hate watermelons, so let's go ahead and start with the one I know I'm not gonna like.
Okay. I agree with you there.
Shit, okay. How do you eat this?
You put it in your mouth.
Okay, thank you.
Pour a little bit in your hand, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, there you go.
Oh, this is like, oh my god, it's like almost like dust. Sugar.
Oh,
I can hear it. I'm afraid to do it.
you know, actually not bad. At first I hated it, but the aftertaste is good.
Well, if you want to say it's good, that's fine.
Do you not like it?
Nah.
I'm not a big watermelon fan. I don't think I want to eat the rest of that.
No, I'm not.
Tazy, I'm not trying to be racist, but do you even want that watermelon?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll save it for Tazy. Next up, green apple. You like green apple?
This may be one I'm really interested in tasting.
Okay. I'm hit or miss when it comes to green apple.
Green apple Smirnoff. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it smells good.
Yeah, it does. Might just inhale this. Get a little more this time.
Really good. I just love this fucking sensation of that shit popping in your mouth.
Sure you do.
That one's really good. Like it?
Oh yeah.
Dwayne, if you want the rest of that green apple, you're more than welcome to have it. This one, I've been looking forward to. This one's probably my favorite of the flavors, blue raspberry.
Green apple is still popping.
Alright, Dwayne, try some of that blue raspberry.
Try a little bit of blue raspberry.
Oh shit, this one, I just fucking love the smell of blue raspberry. Taser, make a note. I need to buy a candle that smells like this.
Blue raspberry?
Yeah. I'm only picking this shit out of my beard for a week. Like it?
Oh yeah, it's good. I like that one too.
That is one of my favorite. What was your favorite, Dwayne?
I was gonna say I like the sour apple, but that blue raspberry one's pretty good too.
Fucking great.
I think I'm gonna tie with the two of those.
I'm gonna give all three a treat. Even though I like watermelon, that wasn't bad.
No, it wasn't bad.
But wait, there's more. It's white girl season. What does that mean? Pumpkin spice is everywhere, Dwayne. And we are no exception. So, next up we got pumpkin pie Pop-Tarts. I saw this at work. I was like, we gotta try this. Alright, you ready?
Sure.
Do you want 2 Pop-Tarts?
Just one.
Just one? We'll just split one. How about that?
That's fine, man.
Why do you like pumpkin pie?
I do like pumpkin pie.
I love pumpkin pie. It used to be my favorite.
Yeah, I'm not a big pumpkin spice or somebody buys all that stuff for their coffees and everything else.
Tazia loves it. We had to go to Dunkin' Donuts. We had to go to Dunkin' Donuts to get her that pumpkin spice latte they just dropped.
Well, that's cool.
Before I picked it up, I could smell the pumpkin pie.
Yeah.
Oh,
you definitely
shit.
smell it.
Yeah, that's good. So at least they got the smell going. Let's try this bad boy. Absolutely tastes like a pumpkin pie.
100%.
Like Twinkie with 0% taste. This is 100%. Yeah, like Dwayne said, this is like spot on pumpkin pie.
Yep.
Holy shit. It's pretty good. I don't know if I could eat a lot of this, but like eating one, pretty good. All right, Dwayne, I think it's safe to say we're giving this double treats today.
Heck yeah.
This is, you say what, this is your favorite so far?
Yeah, reason why is it's a Pop-Tart and it's a pumpkin pie. Tastes like pumpkin pie. It's good. The Airheads we had, they tasted like what they said, but I like the Pop-Tart more.
Yeah.
That Twinkie didn't taste, or that popcorn didn't taste anything like a Twinkie.
No.
Not at all. No flavor towards it at all.
All right, so these were good. But wait, there's more. We went ham at Dollar General. Let me just say that. All right, this is a shout out to my boy DJ. He kind of lucked out this week. His least favorite thing of all time, Peeps.
Well, he's my best friend now.
I know you said you don't like marshmallow. Boy, here we are, marshmallow with Ghost Peeps.
I just said I hate Peeps.
Everybody, okay, so I do a podcast, Two Guys in the Dark, on my YouTube channel, Cool Kids with F. So I do a podcast called Two Guys in the Dark. Every Easter, I bring out Peeps galore. And I always bring my dad and my best friend BJ on, and they both hate Peeps with a passion. And I'm like, what? Everybody hates Peeps but me. I think Tasia likes Peeps. So, like, that's about it. All right, look at those ghosts before we eat them. Those are pretty cool. They're spooky. All right, Dwayne, why don't you tear you off?
Yeah, why don't you get one first?
Okay, I'll get one first. Woo! Turned out pretty good.
Okay.
You don't have to eat just a bite.
I'll do it.
Okay.
I'll do it. Oops, sorry.
There we are.
I don't know, maybe it's the consistency I don't like with the
I
marshmallows.
just love I love s'mores better.
Now, I do like s'mores, but it's got chocolate and graham cracker too. That
You
kind
think
of
marshmallow
even
on its
it out.
own? Just
Yeah, I just like marshmallow on its own. And then sugar covered marshmallow.
Well, let's try this out. This spooky little ghost. What's Peep? If you like Peeps, you don't like this. I like Peeps, so this is good for me. Obviously, giving this one a treat. You don't have to eat all of it.
I took one bite.
Yeah. You still on the
Still
not a big fan of them?
not a big fan of Peeps. No.
I'm sorry. You look like you're
It's alright.
having a really emotional time over there with that Peep.
It's choking me to death. So, I like the concept that it's Halloween, it's ghost flavor or ghost like printed on and everything like that. Well, I'm just not a fan of Peeps.
Are you giving it a trick?
I'll say trick, but that's my personal judgment.
That's fun.
I think what they've done is they've done it right. It's just that it's not something I like personally.
Gotcha. All right, that's one treat and one trick apiece. But wait, Dwayne, there's more. Next up, we have Kool-Aid, or should I say Ghoul-Aid popping candy. That's just like the fucking Warhead, but Kool-Aid.
Wait, alright, I'm not like this.
All right, so we got Scary Berry as our flavor here. No peanuts, by the way. No peanuts in this Kool-Aid.
Okay.
They want you to make sure you knew that. Okay, so unlike the other one, all three of these are the same flavor. So we'll have to open three of them up. Oh damn! I'm ready for this Kool-Aid, man. This looks fucking delicious.
Alright.
I was wrong.
Scary Berry.
I was wrong.
Is it good or bad?
That was Miss Warhead.
Okay. What flavor is this?
This is.
So scary berry.
It looks like it's a mixture of blueberry and strawberry, I believe, or some kind of berry.
Wow.
I definitely like these a lot less than the Warheads. What do you think?
I think the Warheads they're made to be like more intense flavor.
Yeah.
The flavor on this isn't anywhere near that.
No.
I'm popping a lot, but
It is popping. I'm giving this one a trick, Dwayne.
is it a trick?
I'm giving it a trick.
I'll keep it as a treat because it's not horrible,
Yeah.
but it's not as flavorful as the Airhead ones.
All right, Dwayne. There's more. No, I lied. This is the same exact thing I just had. We got two of them. All right, Dwayne. There's more. But this time, it's last. Oh wait, no, there's one more.
Okay.
Nope. This is sour head thing. We've done that. Okay,
Wait. There's more.
there is more, but none more after this. This is the main event of Trick or Treat. Twinkies. Pumpkin
Oh, wow.
spice. Look at this motherfucker.
That's gonna be interesting.
The main events. We have pumpkin spice? Yeah, pumpkin spice Twinkies. We had the fake Twinkie popcorn. This is the real fucking deal, Dwayne. And again, I'm not the super biggest Twinkie fans, but I'm definitely interested to try this out.
Pumpkin spice flavor.
Mm-hmm.
Heck yeah.
All right.
Oh, thanks, sir.
Yep. Holy shit! That
Oh, you got it? Does it smell there?
the smell is there. It's really there.
Oh yeah.
That is strong.
Oh yeah, that's a good pumpkin spice smell there.
I do like pumpkin pie, but I don't know if I'm the biggest pumpkin spice guy. You ready?
Yep.
Alright, let's do it. That's a no. That's a no. Trick.
I don't think they put. I think they put the spice maybe on the Twinkie itself, so you get the smell, but the taste is not there.
Holy shit.
That taste is not a pumpkin spice taste.
This,
They
yeah.
tricked us.
That-
That's a trick.
At least it is a goddamn Twinkie. What we've been
Yeah.
into is just goddamn
Yeah.
popcorn in disguise.
Yeah, this
But,
is a Twinkie.
That's why we got going for it. It is an actual Twinkie.
It's a good smelling Twinkie is what it is. Pumpkin spice smelling Twinkie.
Yeah, but this is getting a no.
Another liar. Liar.
All right, it's time for another edition of Horror on the Small Screen. And this is where we talk about a TV show that has a spooky episode or a not spooky show. And just like last week, we're doing Goosebumps. And speaking of Goosebumps, last episode, I thought was a pretty good Goosebumps episode. Dwayne gave it a 4, I believe. I was like, well, if he didn't like a good Goosebumps episode, let's see how he handles a bad one. So I purposely picked out a bad Goosebumps episode just to see how he handled it. And that's what we did this week. And this week we're doing Goosebumps, Phantom of the Auditorium.
Spoiler warnings.
So this episode starts out with Brooke Rogers, a little girl, I guess in middle school. She's having a nightmare about a production she's being in. It's called The Phantom, which is an obvious nod to Phantom of the Opera. She's having nightmares about it. She wakes up and she goes to school, and then she finds out that she got cast as the female lead, Esmeralda. So the next day, Brooke goes to her drama class. We have, here's our classmates. Corey Schuyler. We also have Zeke, who is hated by most people in the damn production, but still somehow got the lead as the Phantom. And Tina, a jealous girl who is Brooke's understudy. Julia Chantry. She also worked on another Phantom of the Opera style project for Disney. It's a Disney TV movie called Phantom of the Megaplex. She was also in Mean Girls and Mama. She played Eva in the Total Drama series. Tina warns the group that the production of the Phantom play is haunted. Apparently years ago, when the school tried to do the play, one of the actors was killed and haunts every production of the Phantom play. Her teacher tells everyone to shut the fuck up and moves on. While she's discussing everyone's job, Corey starts to lower down the elevator. Instead of getting the fuck off the thing, he decides to sit there and wait for his teacher to help. Turns out the elevator was built for the original production of the Phantom. What kind of nice that school can afford like a damn elevator like that?
Not my school.
No, not my school either. So after class, Zeke and Brooke show off their whiteness and explore the elevator that the kid went down. As they get down there, Brooke pulls a Velma and loses her glasses. She even steals Velma's catchphrase.
My glasses! Zeke, I can't find my glasses!
And as she's looking for her glasses, Zeke jumps out and scares her, just like in every Goosebumps episode known to man. As they're exploring the basement area, they run into a creepy night janitor. Dwayne, that's my job. Why are night janitors gotta be creepy? So the night janitor tells them to never go near that trap door again. So the next day back in class, Brooke meets a new student, Brian Colson. He's played by Stuart Stone, who's actually got a pretty big acting career, and he goes all the way back to 1984. This kid's been acting a long time. He's not really a kid now, but back then. He even goes back to last year. He's done a lot of voice acting in shows like X-Men, the animated series, the Tick TV series, Beetlejuice, the TV series, which actually most of these were Canadian-made shows. Like the voice acting was made in Canada.
Canadians.
Well, yeah, okay. So just like Goosebumps, he's also been in some live-action roles. He was in Donnie Darko, one of my all-time favorite comedies, Sorority Boys. And he was in Kicking It Old School. Both Brooke and Tina hint that they have kind of a crush on Brian, but nothing ever comes of it. And the teacher sticks Brian with Tina in the arts department. Brooke goes to her locker and finds a threatening letter in her locker that says, "Stay away from my home, sweet home, Esmeralda." Kind of creepy, I guess. If we stretch that a little bit, it might be creepy to some people. She thinks it's Zeke, which he denies. And so part of her thinks it could be the Phantom. So Brooke and Zeke go up to her room in her house to study some lines.
Sure.
Kind of spicy for a Goosebumps episode.
Yeah.
They had a bunch of jump scares here that were misses. They did not hit home. They were very lame jump scares and kind of scares. It's like, oh man, I feel like they are really trying to stretch this one out a little bit. I thought that was kind of horribly done. Is that another plane?
Another
I hope he's shooting at the planes. I hope that's what he's shooting at. So then the next day they are rehearsing. They are rehearsing at the school on stage, and Brooke spots some man in the rafters in a Phantom outfit, and he swings down on a rope, and he tells her to stay away. and he disappears down the elevator with a puff of smoke, and then a door drops down, nearly killing Brooke, that says "Last Chance, Esmeralda," and which is pretty scary. Everybody's flipping out, and then Zeke walks in late from the dentist appointment, and I shit you not, the fucking teacher blamed Zeke for it. They blamed Zeke for that. And I was like, that was clearly a grown fucking man that jumped down and went down the elevator. You know he went down the elevator. How would he have gotten out, ran around the building, and then he even said his mom took him to the dentist. All she had to do was verify with the mom, but instead she threw Zeke out to play because she's a dumbass and needs her damn dumb mouth smacked open. That pissed me right the fuck off. I said, what a stupid fucking teacher. Made no fucking sense. This whole episode made no sense, actually. I'm sorry. Alright.
Just waiting for my rating.
Just waiting for the weight spot to let me know where I can kick it right in the nuts. So there's a paint trail that leads to Zeke's locker. Tina spotted it out, but the way she said it makes me feel like she's part of it. Anyway, they go to Zeke's locker, and there is paint in there. And the teacher expels him from or kicks him out of the play. She tells him, hey, go tell the janitor to go clean this shit up. I mean, if I was my part of a student, I'd make them clean it up themselves.
Yeah.
Well, they go to the janitor, and wait a minute, I know him. That's Boyd Banks, Dwayne. You know who that is?
Absolutely not.
So that janitor is Boyd Banks, and you might recognize him. He was in the remake of Dawn of the Dead, 2004. He played Tucker. He was, I guess, like a truck driver.
Sure.
And he was also in Land of the Dead, George A. Romero film. He played the Butcher Zombie. Oh, we don't give a fuck about him? He was in Jason X.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. Do you know like George A. Romero?
I do.
Okay. Anyway, he has a cool cameo in this. He's like, hey gang, I'll have to clean it tomorrow. Like, well, can you tell the night janitor to do it? He goes, night janitor? We don't have a night janitor. He talked to them like they're fucking stupid, which they are.
Yeah.
So I guess I don't blame them. But apparently there is no night janitor. Ooh. So the kids, they go back down the elevator again, and they find the so-called night janitor. This time he runs away. Ooh.
I thought there was no night janitor. Thought there was no night janitor.
There is a guy dressed as a night janitor,
Ooh.
but he's not on official payroll. So he runs away. They call the cops. The principal and teachers come over and say, hey, that wasn't a night janitor. That turns out that was just a hobo. He was the one dressed as the Phantom the whole time. So yeah, everybody's all good. He all smiles and cheers. We blamed it on Zeke. It was a creepy hobo who didn't rape or kill anybody. And they're all smiles about it. Alright, anyway. So now it's the night of the play, and Brooke is on stage performing as Esmeralda, waiting for the Phantom. And Zeke is dressed up as the Phantom, getting ready to go. But right before he goes out, someone grabs him. And it looks like they knock him out. And then the elevator rises up, and the Phantom comes out. And he delivers a speech saying, hey, I played the Phantom here on this very stage. And I died before I got to perform, and now I get to fulfill my my wish of being the Phantom on stage at a shitty school play that no one will give a fuck about. Anyway, he disappears. They get a standing ovation, and then the elevator rises. Everybody gets their bow, and Zeke wakes up, he's unconscious, and they find that a yearbook is under his head. And when they look at it, the yearbook was from 1923, 100 years ago from today.
Oh.
Yeah, look at that tie-in. And it turns out Brian Colson was the kid who played the Phantom all those years ago. So he was a ghost the whole time. Ain't there like a trend to these? Anyway, yeah, so that's Goosebumps, Phantom Auditorium. This is what I've been waiting for. Dwayne, what's your thoughts?
I'm gonna be nice.
You gonna be nice?
I'm gonna be nice. Okay. This is like 22 minutes of my life I'll never get back.
Okay, I knew this one was a bad one, but this one's a lot shorter than the last one we watched.
I could have gone to the zoo and seen better.
Not in
shit
22
fights,
fucking minutes you couldn't.
and seen better shit fights between monkeys than what was on screen. This was horrible. This is like a, I don't even know if there's even a 1. I mean, maybe like a -10.
You're giving it a -10?
If it was such a rating, I'd give it a -10.
Should we go negatives? Is that
No, okay. 1.
1?
1.
Oh shit. Okay, Dwayne. This was a bad episode. I can't sugarcoat it. Not only is
The acting wasn't good.
no compared to the last one.
The story wasn't good.
No.
They just wasted people's time making this.
All right, Dwayne.
Are you gonna keep going?
Well, yeah. Here in a second. Last one, I thought the acting was fairly good, and compared to this one, they shine, don't they? From one's from the Ghost Next Door.
Yeah, this makes the Ghost Next Door a little better.
Not only was it bad, which is fine, being bad's fine. I felt this was pointless.
100%. Why?
That's the biggest flaw. Okay, so R.L. Stein was popping these fuckers out like a goddamn money machine, and I think he was just like, "How'd the brain fart?" And he goes, "We'll just make it up." And
Made a family opera for kids.
Yeah.
It wasn't even good.
yeah, Family Opera is actually fairly good if you watch the right version. It's not bad.
Yeah.
So this was bad. So yeah, that's time for my pros and cons.
Ask me my pros.
What's your pros, Dwayne?
I'm positive that it sucked.
Okay. Here's my pros and cons. Alright, it had my guy from Dawn of the Dead and Land of the Dead in it. That's my only pro. Cons. Bad acting. Acting wasn't nearly as good as Ghost Next Door. Had plenty of stuff that could have been cut out for better storytelling.
It
Like,
was 1 minute long.
like the Hobo Phantom. If you weren't going to go anywhere with the Hobo Phantom, you didn't need it. There's a scene where they were rehearsing in her bedroom. All it did was like basically cheap, lame scares that went nowhere. Yeah, they could have focused more on the real Phantom. That would have done something. Only time you saw him was at the end and in her nightmare. And it was messy. It's a messy story. It felt like instead of focusing on plot, they just focused on cheap gags. This was not a good episode. I'm giving Phantom of the Auditorium 3 Hobo Phantoms out of 10.
It's Tasia, Tasia, Tasia. It's Tasia.
That's me!
The Tasia Review Show, starring Sean Dills.
This is my review of Goosebumps Phantom of the Auditorium. And all I have to say about this one is that this episode sucked ass.
It's cooking time, cooking time, cooking time, cooking time. It's cooking time with Tasia.
That's me!
Cooking time with Tasia, starring Sean Dills.
It's cooking time with Tasia.
Yeah.
And today we're going to be making jack-o'-lantern floats. So all you need for that is orange Fanta and vanilla ice cream. And that's it.
Now, Tasia has been making this a lot for us.
A lot.
It's become one of our favorites.
Mm-hmm. It's so good. But are you guys ready to try it?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I've been thinking about this.
Yeah.
How much do you want?
Right there.
Tell me when to stop.
That should be good. Thank you, now.
So next we're gonna do about 2 or 3 scoops of vanilla ice cream.
I'll just take one. That's fine.
Just one?
Yeah.
You fool. All right.
Oh, okay.
Oh, look at that. Look at I love the fizz on
Yeah.
mine.
Yours looks really good.
Yeah, I got 3. Guess what I'm box.
Alright.
That's really good.
Oh shit, that's good.
So good.
I love orange sherbet. This is probably another reason I love these so much.
It tastes just like those orange cream popsicles. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Oh man. We've been addicted to these. Now, Tasty, you're writing a cookbook. Is this going to be in the book?
I think so.
It's
Yeah.
kinda have
I
it.
might have to add it.
The It's Tasty cookbook.
Well, I don't know if I want to keep the name or not. I might. I'm thinking about it. I don't know.
You can always name it It's Tasty Cooking Time with Tasia.
That's good too.
Yeah. All right, before we go any further, I got our very first interview on Monster Dome. And it's a story that I was told as a kid, and I was like, oh, this is a great story. It involves Vincent Price, and I know, Dwayne, you're a big Vincent Price guy.
Oh yeah.
So I think you might enjoy this interview. Let's check it out. All right, it's me, stand-up comedian Sean Dills, and I'm with my Aunt Debbie, my Nana Kay, and I heard a story when I was real young, and you guys got to meet Vincent Price, the legend. Can you guys tell us a little bit about meeting Vincent Price?
It was awesome, and it was scary, and it was probably 60 years ago. We were at the theater, a little movie theater in Sweetwater, Tennessee, and we went to see this movie where the monsters came out of the screen. That was real big back then. And these monsters came out of the screen, and Vincent Price, it was one of his movies, and he was in town visiting somebody. Anyway, he was there, and we're sitting there watching these monsters come out of the screen. They're all doing their thing, their places in the show, and then all of a sudden some of them started coming out of the screen. Lord of mercy, I thought I was going to have a heart attack. They come down, and my sister Kay, she sat there with her eyes closed. I got under the theater chair. I got right under that chair, and that was back before pantyhose, and I just had to wear a hose with a garter belt there then, and it's the first time I'd ever got to wear them. Tore those hose right off of me, honey, and under that chair. I had the garter belt around my neck. Well, finally, then they took a person out of the movie, out of the audience, back up with them on stage, but the monsters did, yeah, behind us. They took them up there, so we were so afraid they were going to get us, little scrawny, ugly us, and take us, but they didn't. So then, okay, we kind of got over that, and we're leaving, and he was having dinner with some people somewhere, and we were going to get to go. Anyway, we were leaving, and he's out in the lobby, and he was scary looking anyway. He was tall, and he said, "Hello, girls," in that Vincent Price voice. I about passed out. I got behind the door, and Kay can tell you what he was wearing. He was wearing a little
yellow sweater with Izod sweater. He's tall and slim.
an Izod sweater on.
Yeah, he was real nice.
He was very nice. He talked to us, and then he was very nice at dinner and all. But son, that was the scariest. His voice was so scary.
A legendary voice too. I like just his laughter alone. Like I know I used his laughter in a video, and it's hey, that's copyrighted. His laugh is copyrighted.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but and that voice, and after he would say like, "Hello, girls," and then he would do that thing. So, I mean, he was just like he looked up there. We really thought he was a monster. I mean, there he was down there at the door, and I thought, Lord, we'll never get out of this place. He's going to lock us all in here.
Yeah.
But it was fun. It was exciting.
Well, I'm jealous. He's like the king, one of the kings of horror, and that's what we like here on the Monster Dome. So.
Yeah, but we were little girls, so we didn't know. I mean, we were little girls. We just, you know, we knew who he was. We knew he was in the movies, but it didn't really strike you as a a movie star like Elvis Presley or something.
Have you seen, since that day, have you rewatched that movie?
No, I can't remember what it was. It was a scientist movie because they had lab coats on. I remember that. And they come off,
No,
like they're coming out of the theater.
I want to hunt that movie down, find it, and figure out what movie that was.
Well, I'm not going to watch it.
Well,
He might rise up out of the grave and come and get you. He was that scary.
I'll take the chance.
Yeah, too.
All right. Well, thank you guys for telling the
Well,
story.
thank you for having us here.
Yeah.
It was so sweet. That's the only true monster I've ever met.
Yeah, we won't
Spencer
forget that
Price.
Halloween.
Okay. I've met a few horror actors in my day, but never got to meet the king.
No, he was good. But he must just have been a natural because
Yeah.
he was just the same as when he was up on the stage, up on the screen, as when he was down there talking to you.
Yeah. He was very classically trained.
I'm just still in character when he was talking to you.
Yeah.
Maybe he never got in character. Maybe he was the character.
Oh yeah. I even like him when he's he was on the Muppets too.
Yes,
Yeah. And he's always on game. It felt like.
He's much better than Mr. Rogers.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely like him a lot better.
Well, thank you for having us.
No problem.
Thank you for being our nephew.
Thank you so much.
Did you enjoy yourself, Sister Kay?
Yeah.
She sat there with her eyes closed.
Yeah, that's good.
Not me, I was getting away from that rascal.
There
I want to come off stage. That was
He had to snatch me out from under that chair.
Yeah, I was before I even have memory. I know I was watching scary movies. My parents said I just watched them over on a loop. Yeah.
Steve's sister, Kathy, remember that you said she liked scary movies? But even when she was in college, Steve said she would watch scary movies. She'd come home and watch scary movies. When it got to the scary part, she'd run and get in bed with his parents.
I don't remember that part.
You tell me that.
It is now time for our feature presentation. Spoiler warnings.
Alright, it's time for the next review. We're doing Hatchet 2. This is 2010. This is a sequel to Hatchet 1. And let's dive in.
On October 1st, the hunt is on.
What are we hunting? Victor Crowley.
Adam Green's Hatchet 2. In theaters, unrated October 1st.
So the first thing I want to say, this movie starts immediately where we left off, and the biggest notice difference here is Mary Beth is played by a different actress. She's now played by Danielle Harris, which I think is the better actress.
Yes.
And you definitely, if you're a horror fan, you definitely know her. She played Jamie in Halloween 4 and 5, and she was in both of the Rob Zombie Halloweens 1 and 2. So we started where we left off with exactly, basically like frame for frame. And she eye gouges Victor, and after a burning, stabbing, shooting that worked, she manages to get away, and she's saved by Jack Cracker.
Jack Cracker.
Who takes her to his cabin. And I know you were telling me one of your favorite scenes was where it looks like she's about to drink some of his piss, but she keeps stopping. It's funny. One thing I didn't like about this film is it's not big nitpick, but like they did tone the comedy down a bit. The last one's 50-50, this one's probably, what do you think, like 20, 80?
Yeah, 20 or 30%. Not as much.
Yeah,
definitely.
but it's still good. He's calming her down, and when she tells Jack that her father is a guy named Samson, he flips his shit and throws her out of his cabin, and he even pulls a gun on her, tells her she needs to fucking go. And when she leaves, he goes, and he turns out he has Shapiro's bag Shapiro from the first film. And he pulls out a camcorder, and I have the unrated version. I don't know how the rated version goes. The unrated version goes, it's like 4 fucking minutes of him looking at this. And you get, you get the 2 girls, Misty and Gina from the first film. They're flashing the camera, talking on film. And then you get a couple other girls flashing. And then you find out that Shapiro's kind of a pedophile because he's following a little 14-year-old girl, Dwayne.
She even says it. She's like, dude, I'm 14 years old.
Do you know who that is?
No, no idea.
So, that girl he was following around is in Victor Crowley. She plays Rose in Victor Crowley.
Awesome.
Same actress, and it's the same character.
Awesome.
So that's a little foreshadowing. That little girl does come back in the 4th film. It doesn't even tell you that. I found that out by doing the research. After like a ridiculous amount of screen time looking at porn videos, I was like, this is a little, quite a little long, fellas. Victor Crowley shows up and just destroys Jack Cracker. He pulls his intestines out and strangles him with it till his head blows out. I don't know if scientifically possible, but it was cool as fuck.
It was one of my favorites. I love the Jack Cracker character. He keeps teasing about drinking the piss. Then poor Mary Beth keeps taking it to her lips and to her lips and to her lips. And you're about ready to drink it. She always stops for a second.
Yeah.
But that kill on Jack Cracker, it's one of my favorites. Like you said, you rip his intestines out, choke him until his head explodes.
For me, it gets the bronze medal of kills in the movie. My 3rd favorite. I can't wait to talk about the silver medal and the gold medal later on in the film. So Mary Beth heads straight to town, and before Jack Cracker died, he told her to talk to Reverend Zombie, and that's where she goes immediately. And this time, Tony Todd is there, and instead of a cameo, he's actually one of the main characters in the film, which is great. He brings her in, and Dwayne, we get a little Easter egg here. I don't know if you saw it on the TV. There's people on the news report on TV. Now this is a. Have you ever seen Frozen?
Yes.
The ski resort?
Yeah.
So, director Adam Green directed Frozen right before Act 2. And on the TV, one of the main characters from Frozen, Parker, is, you can see that she's settling a lawsuit with the ski resort on the TV. I thought that was a nice little Easter egg. Mary Beth is asking Reverend Zombie all these questions about her dad, and he goes into another backstory on Victor Crowley. This one's a little bit more elaborate, and here's how it goes. We start back. Victor has a wife who is very ill. So they hire a fine-ass African-American lady who's a Cajun and a local nurse. And apparently Thomas thought she was fine-ass as well, because soon enough, Thomas, Victor's father, is fucking her in the next room. And the next room with only a fucking thin wall between him and his dying wife. So this goes on for a year. And then on Thomas's Crowley's wife's deathbed, they're sitting there, and then as soon as she dies, they start like making out. Like, I shit you not, that like as soon as that woman dies, they start making out. Like, couldn't y'all just like waited a few minutes? I mean, they might as well just be fucking on her corpse. But turns out smoochy time came a little too soon, because she rises back up and she puts a curse on the Cajun nurse Lena. She puts a curse on her unborn son Victor Crowley. And 9 months later, Victor is born. He is deformed and ugly, and a face only a mother could love. Turns out not even that good, because his mother literally dies at first sight of looking at Victor Crowley. And then we kind of get another flashback to what we got in the first one. They even brought back my favorite scene from Hatchet 1, the tater scene. I like how taters are the one thing Victor Crowley can't viciously murder. It's the one thing he can't kill. And the only thing we get from the old flashback is we find out that the 3 kids that were throwing the firecrackers, one of them was Samson, Mary Beth's father, and we find out that one of the other ones is her uncle and some mysterious third person we don't know. And they're the ones who burned the house down. Also in the scene we find out that that the boat Sean was driving in the first movie belonged to Reverend Zombie. And I like how Adam Green kind of like planned the trilogy out ahead in advance. He kind of knew where he was going. There's some trilogies you can tell they don't, like the newest Star Wars trilogy. They didn't know where the fuck they were going. They were just going. And a couple other trilogies you can just tell, like I think the newest, the new one's coming, but the 2018 Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends, I felt like they didn't know where they're ending with that one either. But this trilogy, he kind of had a plan from start to finish, so he kind of knew where he was going with that. I kind of liked that, which was cool. And you find out that he was part of the first one. During this scene, one thing did bother me as they're talking. Danielle Harris's eyebrow was going fucking crazy. Like, I don't know, look at it. It looks like she's doing the people's eyebrow the whole conversation. It drove me fucking nuts. So Mary Beth wants to go back to the swamp. She wants Reverend Zombie to take her back in the swamp. And he's like, hey dude, this guy's a repeater ghost. You can't kill him. And then she blackmails him. So then he agrees to go. I was like, what the fuck? But he just told her she can't do it. And then somebody goes, okay, I'll go. He tells her to bring her uncle and he'll set up a crew. So she leaves and he yells down for his assistant Justin, who is played by Perry Shen from the first movie. He's playing Sean's brother. I love they brought him back. Yeah. He was Sean in the first movie was one of my favorite characters. It was funny, and they brought his brother back, which I kind of wish they would have done more with him, because I loved Sean in the first movie. And I also heard in an interview he was doing with Chris Jericho. He's saying that he goes, the reason I bring him back is because he brings up the crew. He's got great morale. He's great. Plus he's one of his best friends. So he's like, I like to bring him back. And so they bring him back, and I kind of wish he had more to do with Hatchet 2, because he was a pretty big character in Hatchet 1, and I loved his character. In this movie, he doesn't do as much, but he does have a couple great moments. We'll get to that later. And Reverend Zombie tells him to go, he gives him a list of people to go get to bring, and that's what he does. One thing, before we head to the next scene, one thing I want to mention, the acting between Tony Todd and Danielle Harris was great. Of all four of the Hatchet movies, this movie I think had the best acting in it. Yes. Danielle Harris killed it. Tony Todd was killing it too. He was like, he was bouncing off of her. He was crying from her story. And also the flashback, Kane Hodder killed it again. I think those three, their acting, I think was probably the best part of this movie, was just their pure acting. So we go back to Mary Beth. She's nudie in the shower. The reason she's facing the way she's facing, I found this out from behind the scenes, her tattoo, it looked like she was wearing some shorts. So he had her flip her around, and when she gets out, her uncle shows up. Uncle, I almost said Ben, looks like that's the wrong Peter Parker. Uncle Bob shows up. Uncle Bob is played by Tom Holland. Funny thing about this, when I was looking, I watched this on Vudu, and it has cast and crew on it. Tom Holland is actually the Tom Holland who played Spider-Man in the current Spider-Man universe. His picture is on there. I was like, no, that's the wrong Tom Holland. But it's all the way back to Psycho 2. I was like, I don't think the Tom Holland in the picture of is not old enough. He wasn't even been born yet. And yes, he also did Fright Night. He also was in. He's also a director and an actor. He was also in The Stand, and I didn't know this, but he was also a voice actor in a couple episodes of the Pink Panther cartoon.
Really?
Yeah. I was listening to an interview with him recently. He was talking about he's been acting for a while. Alright, let's move on. So, Uncle Bob tells her that, hey, Reverend Zombie's con man, do not do this. This is a bad idea. Just leave it be. And she goes, okay, Uncle Bob, I'll leave it be. And she's like, can I have 1 hour to rest off? He goes, okay. And she goes immediately to Reverend Zombie. So now we get the big meeting. Reverend Zombie has gathered up all these fishermen and hunters in town. And one of my favorite things about this scene is you get Justin. he's introducing everybody, but instead of a Cajun accent, he has a French accent, which I thought was hilarious. If I ever do a fucking horror movie, I'm gonna hire Perry Shinn because he's like the highlight of each movie. Alright, so I got like 50 new characters and actors to go over, so let's mow them down and tell who's who. First up, we meet Trent. He's played by R.A. Milhoff. Is that how you say it?
Milhoff, I think so, yeah.
Milhoff. He played Leatherface in Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, which I loved. He was in Pumpkinhead 2 and Trancers 3. He is the special guy on Reverend Zombie's list. Specifically, Justin had to bring him in, like, you know, he really wanted this guy. This was like his go-to guy. Next, we meet Layton and Avery. Avery is played by Alexis Kendra. She was in 2018 horror film The Cleaning Lady and the romantic comedy Valentine's Day, which came out the same year as Hatchet 2. And Layton was played by A.J. Bowen. He was in Creepshow 3, House of the Devil, Chillerama, and a horror film I recently watched and enjoyed, Satanic Panic. There's a lot of actors in Hatchet series that are in Chillerama. I believe his best friend, Adam Green's best friend, directed that film. That's probably why he knows a lot of them. Layton and Avery seem to have a romantic past, and she seems to be more of a stalker of his. And Layton is here more to help him get money for his marriage. He's about to get married to another woman, so he's there just for the money. And you know, Avery is there trying to like help rekindle their relationship. Also, there's another Easter egg. On Layton's hat is the same symbol on Ben's shirt, which is the logo from a Newberry comic book store in New England. The comic book store that the director Adam Green went to a lot. Also, the fourth movie, they even say it. That's where it's from. But yeah, I love that they have the Ben symbol from his shirt is on this his hat. Next up, we meet Vernon. He's played by a comedic actor, Colton Dunn. He's been in a crap ton of comedy shows from Mad TV to Key and Peele, Parks and Rec, but mostly guest roles. But he did have a bigger role in the recent show Superstore, where he played Garrett. We also have John, who doesn't speak at all in this movie. John is played by a famous stunt man, much like Kane Hodder. But he's done some acting. He was in Ground Zero, Dark Wolf. But stunt work resume outshines his acting work. He's done works in films like House 2, Death House, Naked Gun 33 1/2, and all 4 Hatchet movies he did the stunt work in. Alright, we're almost done. I got 2 more people to talk about, and then we can move on to the plot. So, next up we have a redneck asshole Cletus, played by Ed Ackerman. Not a whole lot on him. He hasn't been in a whole lot. He was in Frozen, Adam Green's other film. And finally, we have Chad, played by David Foy. He hasn't done much either, but he was in Hatchet 3 and 4, playing different characters every time. So, Reverend Zombie offers everyone $500 if they go in the swamp and help him get his boat back. And an additional $5,000 if they kill Victor Crowley. And the second he mentions Victor Crowley's name, 80% of the people in the room leave. Except for the fuckers I mentioned before they stay. Oh, a nice little Easter egg is as one of the characters says, "Hey, who's Victor Crowley?" And this guy goes, "Oh, he's a local boogeyman." And the guy's like, "Oh, like Jason Voorhees." He goes, yeah. And then the Easter egg ain't over. He goes, "You know, I come from a town called Glen Echo, where we have another boogeyman called Leslie Vernon." And any true horror fan is gonna know that is from the movie Behind the Mask, The Rise of Leslie Vernon. Great Easter egg. So we head on over to Honey Island Swamp. Alright, so they're on the boat, and at this point, they kind of did what they did on the first one. You know, when they're on the bus, they kind of spend time on character development and talk, and you know, having the characters interact, so he knows who. They do that here, but to me, I felt like it fell flat. Unlike the first one, to me, I didn't think that they did it as well. Like the first one, I had my opinion on each character. Here, I didn't really care about any of the characters. The only ones I really liked were Mary Beth and Reverend Zombie. And Justin, just because he was in the first Hatchet. But the rest of them, I really didn't really give a fuck about. And Barton sang a song about biscuits and gravy, which was improvised. Didn't do a whole lot for me. Dwayne, what you think about this? Did you like the characters?
You learn a little bit more about Trent a little bit on the boat, kinda, and some of the others are talking about their names. Like one guy's name's Cletus, and the guy looks at him, starts laughing, says the other guy's name. He's like, I bet you get your ass kicked all the time in school. And they're like, yeah.
My name's Chad, my brother's Skip. He goes, I bet you guys get your ass kicked. Like,
Skip and Cletus. And it tries to give you a little bit of, try to like individualize the characters so that it's not all the same person, kind of like. Yeah. But it's not that great, that part.
Yeah. So they make it to Honey Island Swamp, and let's see if they made better decisions in Hatchet 2 than they did in Hatchet 1. So the first thing they do is they all split up, and I shit you not, they fucking Scooby-Doo split up right here. All the main characters literally went on one big group, and then all the fucking they're gonna die characters split up in groups of 2. And watching behind the scenes, Adam Green said his main goal was he said he got one of the biggest complaints he got wasn't enough killing in Hatchet 1. And so he goes, okay, so basically I think he just basically got like, instead of like killing off each character, let's just double them up. That way we get 2 kills in one. That's what they did here. The group splits up, and here's where shit goes down. So let's start off with unimportant group 1. We have Cletus and Chad. Cletus and Chad go back to the boat, and they I guess they're going to go alligator hunting. And so about 50 minutes in the movie, this is where our kills start, and just like in Hatchet 1, once the kills start, it doesn't end until the credits roll. So as they're sitting there, Victor Crowley runs out of the bushes and tackles Chad to the ground and beats his face in with the top of the hatchet. Now in the Hatchet 1, even though the movie's called Hatchet, he only gets one kill with the hatchet, and that was Jim, the dude from Minnesota. So we already started off with a great hatchet kill. Love that. And then Cletus tries to get away on the boat. Victor throws him off the boat and jams his head into the propeller blades for a very vicious kill.
It's a good one.
Unimportant group number 2, we have Layton and Avery, who, even though he's married, they decide to fuck. And this is hilarious and great at the same time. As they're having sex, Avery's like, do you love me more than Jesus? And he goes, oh, that's really inappropriate. And he's finally like, yeah, okay. And as he's having sex with her from behind, Victor walks up, cuts his head off, and dude's his body's flailing. And she's like, oh my God, she's loving it. And then she like looks back and sees Victor Crowley's there, he just cut the dude's head off. And then she tries to crawl away, and Victor uses his hatchet, and he makes her pink and stink 1. And cuts her right down there, and she's like, holy shit, as she's like leaning up, he stabs her right into the chest, and when he rips the patched out blood splattered all over the tree, it's fucking awesome. That gets my silver medal kill of this movie. What you think?
It's a good one, like you said. It's funny how they get killed and everything, and I originally thought that when he was trying to pull it out of her chest, he'd get like a breast implant or something stuck on it, like they do in Scary Movie 1. That's what I thought was going to happen. When he rips it out and that blood goes splattering everywhere, there's a lot of it. It's really good. I liked it.
Fun fact, when I was listening to the interview on Talk with Jericho, he said that one of his, the people with broom mics, he said that one of the person doing the broom mic quit. And not because of the kill, but the "Do you love me more than Jesus" line. The lady who was doing it did not like that and left the movie. So I thought that's kind of cool little thing I got from the interview. Then we have unimportant group 3. We have Vernon and John, who are just kind of chilling out, smoking. And Victor comes out with this fucking huge ass chainsaw, and then yeah, apparently that thing weighed like 127 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah, and somehow they line up perfectly, and he puts it under their groin and lifts up, cutting them in fucking half. Very vicious kill. Kills them both. On the behind the scenes, the John, he told him, he goes, he talked to the actor who played Vernon. He goes, hey, have you worked with Kane Hodder before? He goes, no. He goes, huh. He gets him a cup. He goes, where's this cup? He goes, what? You sure? He goes, where's the cup? And he said after they filmed the scene, he goes, dude, thank you. You know.
Kane Hodder's a big guy.
Yeah. And so that was a pretty cool kill too. Now we got all the unimportant characters killed back to back to back. Let's jump back to the main characters and see what they're doing. We have Reverend Zombie, Mary Beth, Justin, Uncle Bob, and Trent. And so Reverend Zombie tells Justin his plan, because Justin's asking questions like, hey, what's going on? He knows something's up. Reverend Zombie tells him that Uncle Bob, Simon, Mary Beth's father, and Trent were all friends. And they were the three kids who burnt down Victor Crowley's house down as they were growing up. And then they have, once they kind of hear, they hear people screaming, Justin pisses himself, everybody's freaking out. Uncle Bob and Reverend Zombie tell Justin and Mary Beth they need to go hide in this back room. And they go do so. And as they're hiding, Justin tells Mary Beth the Reverend Zombie's plan. And she's like, I ain't gonna have none of that. So she runs back in the other room and to confront Reverend Zombie about it and warn Uncle Bob. And Justin, is scared to death. He uses a chair to prop up where no one can get in the room. And in a Scooby-Doo fashion, Victor Crowley's in the room with him. And he kills Justin in a very gruesome manner with another belt sander.
Yeah.
That thing comes in handy. He uses the belt sander in all 4 films, so, and this is where he uses it here. Gives him a little, little brain implant there, and kills Justin. And we get back to the main group, and then Mary Beth's screaming at Reverend Zombie, and as it's going down, Victor breaks in the room, and Trent and Victor get in a big fight. It's kind of nice. This is a Leatherface versus Jason fight. I thought this was great. They kind of, Trent's kind of older guy, so they didn't do a whole lot, but they did enough to make, that's kind of cool.
He's still a big guy in real life, so him and Kane Hodder fighting, pushing each other around is 2 big guys fighting. It's a good fight.
Yeah. And, but at one point, Victor Crowley just walks up, kicks his fucking leg, breaking it, and he falls to his knees, and then, oh my God. And then he pushes Trent's head against the table and kicks the back of his head, launching the top half of Trent's fucking head on the table, sliding it. That gets my gold medal of Hatchet 2 kills. This one was my favorite. What do you think? Is this your favorite, or do you have another one?
This is a favorite. It was tough because when I first saw Jack Cracker get killed, I thought, oh, nothing can top this.
Yeah.
And then we go along, and as we get a little further on, the guy who gets his face in the motorboat motor, I was like, oh, that one's a good too. And then when we get poor Trent getting killed, and I like Trent's character, I was like, oh, now here it goes. And his head just going across, he got curved onto that table.
Oh my gosh.
It was good.
Yes. I think Hatchet 2 as a group has the best kills overall.
Yeah.
The others, all of them, each one has great kills, but as a group, this was definitely the hardest one to pick the favorite.
Yeah.
At this point, Reverend Zombie, he grabs Mary Beth and holds her, and then he locks in Uncle Bob. He shoots the door so Uncle Bob can get out, but the wood looks like it's made out of fucking plywood, so he should be able to just kick that fucker in, but he doesn't, and he's like, this old man's like, fuck it, I'll fight Victor Crowley. And you don't see the fight, but you do see blood splatter everywhere, so obviously he didn't do good. So now all 3 kids who killed Victor Crowley by burning him down are dead. And Reverend Zombie's like, yes, the curse has been lifted. And Mary Beth tells him, hey, you know, my uncle died years ago. That was just a family friend. Yeah, so there's a famous line in each Hatchet movie called "You Gotta Be Fucking Kidding Me." Ben says it in Hatchet 1, and in Hatchet 2, Reverend Zombie says it when Victor Crowley comes out of the shed. I just love that. And then I'll tell you another two when they can pop up.
Yeah.
One thing I don't get is he brought her out there and, you know, the curse is lifted, and she's like, you know, I want to tell everybody what you did. He's got a gun, and I don't know why she just didn't keep her mouth shut. He goes, okay, I guess I'll kill you. And then why don't you just leave her in there with Uncle Bob to get slaughtered? But, I don't know. Anyway, she comes out, or Victor comes out, and Reverend Zombie, which this is another thing that didn't make any sense to me. He knows he's a repeater ghost. He knows this thing didn't work. And as soon as Victor Crowley comes out, he goes, ah! He charges to fight Victor Crowley. Like, he knows. He knows he can't beat him. His one plan just failed. And he charges at Victor Crowley. That made no sense to me. It did not fit his character. But, you know, they're struggling a bit, and Victor Crowley starts hacking him in half with the hatchet, cuts him in half like Darth Maul, lifts him up and pulls him out of his fucking skin and tosses him into the bushes. That is so fucking brutal, and it didn't make the top 3 kills of this fucking movie. De-skinned him. Also, I learned in the interview that they hired a little person to play him in the flesh. And Tony Todd kind of got a little upset that they didn't hire a black actor. And so yeah, Reverend Zombie's dead. Now it's just Mary Beth and Victor, and you're expecting a big fight, but Mary Beth just brings it. She beats the shit out of him with the hatchet, and then she shoots him in the fucking head twice. And this is where Hatchet 2 ends. Holy shit! This one. I thought I think this one, the biggest note of this one is it definitely got the most brutal of the 4.
Fuck you!
Whew. And that's Hatchet 2. Dwayne, what are your thoughts?
Okay, so personally, better kills.
Oh yeah.
More brutal. More kills. I really liked Hatchet 2. There's times we talk about, before we talk about sequels and not living up and everything to the originals, Hatchet 2 lives up to the original. I really enjoyed this movie. I enjoyed different aspects of it, the music, the intro to the movie. With the opening credits was the song Just One Fix by Ministry. I'm a fan of the band Ministry.
Yeah.
We got Danielle Harris in it now. And I think, honestly, you know, she's a better actor than the lady that played Mary Beth in the first one.
Yeah, I think it was a good trade-up. I kind of wish they cast her in 1.
Yeah.
But they didn't go that route, but I wish they did.
Yeah. They talk about that on the DVD in the back, in the little backstory stuff they talk about, special edition stuff. They talked about how they had so many known horror actors in number 1 that they could do without the main character, and then they hired her for 2 on because the main character, the main actress in the first one wasn't that great.
Yeah.
But I definitely enjoyed this one, and I'm going to give it a 7, just like I gave the first one. It's not a perfect movie, it's not a great movie, but for what it is, which is a really brutal, gory horror movie, a little bit of comedy.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it scene when they talked about Jason and Leslie Vernon.
Oh yeah.
I popped up when I heard that. I was like, hey, I know the Leslie Vernon movie. I love that movie. So they had some good callbacks in it and everything, and I enjoyed it, so I'm giving it a 7.
Here are my pros and cons to Hatchet 2. Pros. The backdrop looks much better. They fixed that, my complaint from the first one. The acting is great. It's my favorite of the whole series, especially from Danielle Harris, Tony Todd, and Kane Hodder. The gruesome kills are back and better. A horror icon dream team. Here are my cons. I think the character development takes a big dip compared to Hatchet 1. Kind of has time-wasting moments. Like they spent a lot of time on Shapiro's porn collection. I don't feel like the random biscuits and gravy song really hit well for me. There's a couple moments I feel like they could have cut and used it for better time. I'm giving Hatchet 2 7 people's eyebrows out of 10.
It's Tasia, Tasia, Tasia. It's Tasia.
That's me!
The Tasia Review Show, starring Sean Dills.
This is my review of Hatchet 2. I like this one a little bit better. I thought it was a lot better than Hatchet 1.
Alright, Dwayne, we got a brand new segment on this episode of The Monster Dome. Yeah, I like to call this segment Horror Collectibles. Where we, each week, we're going to start now talk about, we have all this cool shit in the back. It's about time we talk about some of the stuff we have back here. And Dwayne, I feel like you have brought something to bring on the show this week.
I contributed.
Yes.
Alright, so I thought since we were going to review the Hatchet movies, I'd use my Dark Sorcery and go on eBay and get us a Victor Crowley figure.
Holy shit. What, does it come with any accessories?
Well, let's see here.
A hatchet.
Hatchet movies, it comes with a hatchet.
Yeah, man, I've seen these guys, 2D Terrors, they have some really cool toys out there.
Well, yeah, I think I've seen the Scream and a couple others, but I thought this one would be appropriate for us for this week.
Yeah, absolutely. There's actually some Victor Crowley comics I might pick up in the future. Can't do them this week, but maybe in the future episode we'll do a deep dive in those comics.
Awesome.
All right, everybody. I don't know about you guys, but I love carving pumpkins. It's Halloween time. It's always a tradition. I always cut pumpkins. Did you ever cut pumpkin before you met me?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, not every year, but yeah.
Okay.
Maybe like every other year.
I love carving pumpkins. Mine look goofy every year, but I just love carving pumpkins. Dwayne, what do you like doing this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'll shut my dumb fucking mouth.
Fucking Halloween, of course I like carving pumpkins.
So, I'll shut my fucking mouth. Let's get to digging.
Alright. Tasia, how you doing, man?
Good.
Good? Alright.
Already about done.
Alright, you got yours hollowed out and everything. Yeah. Good job there, awesome. Well, how are we doing there, Sean? You have the top off yet, do you?
I did it.
Finally.
Fatality.
Fatality. Good job.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see. We'll go back this way. Yeah, awesome. Oh wait, Dwayne's already hauled out too, so who's just, dragging everything along?
Look, some people learn at different speeds, alright?
Oh yeah, we know.
He always says that. It's his favorite thing to say.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I love carving pumpkins for Halloween.
I tell it's good at it.
Okay. Oh, look at that.
I'm trying to do heart eyes.
Oh, hard eyes?
They're not perfect.
Yeah. Like the guy, that pumpkin in Halloween 2018, he has some hard-eyed pumpkin.
Like this. Can you see that?
Yeah, I see it now.
That's what I'm trying to do, but I don't know. It's not looking too good.
Dwayne, what's your design?
I haven't designed anything yet.
Oh.
I took the lid off of mine and scraped the insides out. I haven't designed it yet.
Okay.
Alright, so we're doing a mid-update on our pumpkin carving.
Yeah.
Alright, so...
You're done.
Oh, see, look at that. That's what we got there. Got the heart eyes.
Nice, a little smile.
Smile, awesome.
Awesome. Step behind.
Alright, and how we doing over here, Sean?
Well, I got it hollowed out. Now I get to cut it.
Oh, okay. You need help with that there, son? Get your eyes, get the cut in the eyes, Daddy? Daddy, help me with the eyes. Every year.
Oh, boy. It might take me an hour to get all these damn seeds in my hand.
Okay.
How's your pumpkin looking?
Oh, let's see, let me turn it towards y'all real quick. Oh, look at that. We got little fangies there, huh?
Oh, was he a vampire?
Maybe, sorta. He might just be like a crackhead.
Oh, okay.
We'll see how the eyes turn. If the eyes turn out bad, he's a crackhead.
Let's see, talk about your pumpkin.
Okay, here's my pumpkin. Has heart eyes and it's smiling.
Alright.
Alright, my turn. So my pumpkin got a story. Alright, so 4 years before I even met Tasia, I do the same pumpkin every year. It's Jeff the Pumpkin. And Jeff's a normal dude like me. He's funny.
So he's not like you.
So he likes comic books. He's a goofy dude. And this is Jeff the Pumpkin. He comes every year. And I make him every year. He's my dude. And this is 2023's Jeff the Pumpkin.
Nice.
So, yeah. He goes, I'm Jeff and I'm a pumpkin. And that's what he says. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. And got one more to show.
So this is my pumpkin. I kind of looked online real quick because I didn't have any kind of ideas, and they had one with little fangs and stuff, and thought I'd make a little vampire looking and stuff. And I was like, well, if his eyes come out bad, we'll just call him a crackhead. But his eyes came out pretty decent, so I made a little vampire pumpkin.
Alright, and you tell us in the comments who you thought had the best pumpkin of the night. Alright, darling, we got a first time new segment right here on the show. Brand new segment I'm excited to introduce. It's called Got Some Games. Alright, Dwayne, we have our very first video game review. And today we're going to review Friday the 13th, the puzzle game. And I know you've never played this before, so
Never played before.
Go ahead and kick back, put your feet up, and then I'll go ahead and do the review. Alright, so let's review Friday the 13th, the game. No, not that game, the puzzle game. Yes, as strange as it is, they made a Friday the 13th puzzle game. The only bad thing is, if you don't already own it, you cannot play it. I got mine a while back. I remember a few years ago, I had the mobile version of the game. I loved it. And then years later, I found it on my PS4 on the deals list on the PlayStation Network for about $5. But unfortunately, as of January 23rd, 2003, they pulled all the games from the store because the company Blue Wizard wasn't able to renew their license for Friday the 13th. I couldn't find any physical copies of the game, so I'm thinking it's only digital. So hopefully you have a copy. So let's go ahead and dig into the game. Yes, this is a Friday the 13th puzzle game. It is real. The company Blue Wizard is known for horror puzzle games. In fact, their game Slayaway Camp was basically the same exact game, and it looked more of a parody of Friday the 13th, but here we have the best of both worlds. So this game has 3 game modes: the story mode, daily death, and murder marathon. In story mode, there's 12 different episodes, kind of like the Friday the 13th movie count. You start out at Camp Crystal Lake and you go to all these other cool locations. The gameplay never changes, but the backdrops and the difficulty of the games definitely do. In the game you can only move 4 directions, up, down, left, and right. But when you go in a direction, you do not stop until you hit a wall or you kill a victim. Which sounds easy on paper, but it can be difficult when obstacles get in the way for hard to reach victims. So each episode has about 13 to 16 little maps. You clear them by killing all the victims on the board. Yes, Jason and the victims look cute, but this game is fucking brutal and bloody. Also, you have a huge arsenal of weapons to choose from. Anything from machetes, chainsaws, toilet brushes, and even a fucking fish. You can unlock new weapons by leveling up or trading old weapons for new ones. I know puzzle games aren't for everyone, so if you're not a fan of them, this probably isn't the game for you. But I actually like puzzle games, so it wasn't a big issue for me. My only issue was, by the time I finished the whole episode, I was kind of bored and needed a break. Also, a quick fun fact, in the pause menu, there's a specific button specifically to hear the sound effect. Pretty fucking cool. Also, you can talk to Pamela Voorhees. She can help you by skipping a level, giving you hints, or just showing you how to beat the level, which I almost never used. I mean, almost. By the time you get to the final episode, that shit was fucking insane. One of my favorite parts of this game is the costumes. You can choose between 17 different costumes for Jason Voorhees. You can be Classic Jason, Supermax Prison Jason, Frozen Jason, which is just him in a big fur coat, Zombie Jason, or Friday the 13th Part 6 Jason, Aqua Jason, which is Friday the 13th Part 7 Jason, Funland Jason, Apocalypse Jason, Uber Jason from Jason X, Baghead Jason, basically Friday the 13th Part 2 Jason, Ripper Jason, Medieval Jason, Caveman Jason, Flaming Jason, which may be a reference to Jason vs. Freddy in the cornfield, Butcher Jason, Bloodbath Jason, and Cyber Jason, and Ghost Jason. That's a lot of Jason. Oh, and each costume, you can have him take his hockey mask off. Alright, so let's jump down to the story. The story mode is pretty basic. First episode is Camp Crystal Lake, also the tutorial level. The story here is basic. You're Jason just killing teens off at the camp. Then we go to episode 2. Somewhere between episode 1 and 2, Jason gets arrested and is sent to prison. This is one of my favorite levels. Here, you kill your way all the way up to the warden of the prison. Next up, episode 3, we go back to Camp Crystal Lake, but now it's turned to a ski resort. which is all really cool. It was almost turned into a movie. It's almost a real Friday the 13th movie, but rights and shit. Next up is episode 4. It's basically Friday the 13th Part 8. Yes, you even play on the boat and finally make it to New York. Even Mrs. Voorhees makes a joke about how long they're on that damn boat. The next episode is the beach. Then Jason goes to the fair. Then it's a apocalyptic wastelands, which is pretty fun. And then we jump to play through Jason X, and at the end of that level, Jason gets sent back in time to 1980. The year, Friday the 13th came out. And then you get to play at Camp Crystal Lake again. And after that, we get sent back further in time, and Jason becomes Jack the Ripper in the 1800s. Then after that, you get sent further back in time. We play as medieval Jason at the Knights and Round Table kind of type of setting. And then we get sent back to the final episode where we get sent back to the caveman era. And at the very end of the level, Jason has wiped out humanity and kills every single person, which causes him to no longer exist. That is fucking wild. So that's how the story kind of ends there.
They were murdered by the boy's mother, Pamela Voorhees.
Which, I mean, the game was fun, but again, I get, after beating one episode, I'm already kind of wiped out and want a break. Our next game mode is Daily Death. Every day there's a new challenge will be made on there. And these can be difficult at times, but I love the challenge. Also, no Mama Voorhees can help you here in this mode. This here is the true test of your skills. Every time I play, this is the first mode I always jump to. After playing this for 13 days in a row, you get a special prize box, which usually contains weapons. And the final game mode is Murder Marathon. This is where you have a bar and you're trying to stop on this line. If you can hit the mark, Jason will kill a victim and you move on. If you don't hit it, you lose. You can just keep doing this over and over until you lose to see how high your score count can get. Oh, and it gets very difficult the higher you get on the number. My high score was 30 kills, which luckily the trophy for the game only requires you to get 30 kills. Pretty fucking lucky, because I couldn't get any higher. This mode is a lot of fun, and this is the easiest way to level up Jason. And one of the trophies in the game is to get Jason to level 100. And after I beat the game, I just did this over and over until I hit my level 100 mark. And yes, I did get a platinum for the game. I had a blast doing it too. This game was a lot of fun. Even Tazy was enjoying it with me. Here are my pros and cons for Friday the 13th, the puzzle game. The pros. For $5, this is a steal. Brutal kills Jason would be proud of. A great collection of outfits and weapons for Jason. The developers crammed a lot of Friday the 13th love into this video game. I felt great after solving a very challenging puzzle. Here are my cons. The game can get very boring after a while, so you have to play in small doses. You can no longer purchase this game. There's only 3 game modes. I give Friday the 13th, the puzzle game, 8 killer fish out of 10.
Can't
It's Tasia. 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 It's Tasia.
That's me!
The Tasia Review Show. Starring Sean Dills.
This is my review of the Friday 13th Killer Puzzle Game. Now, I mostly watched Sean play this game, but I did get to play it a few times, and I thought it was actually a pretty fun game.
Alright, let's count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday!
Oh,
We couldn't find a louder.
That is awesome.
Okay, yeah. Well, we did. We got you a cake. Tasia made it.
Yes.
Thank you, Tasia.
You're welcome.
And hopefully you like it. I had no idea about your cake preferences.
Yeah, it's vanilla.
It's fine. It's cake. It's my birthday. Thank you all so much.
Oh, yeah.
I appreciate it.
Not a problem.
Not gonna cry.
Okay. Alright. Tasia, you like to cut the cakes?
Alright, love you.
Oh, yeah.
Dwayne, you first. Do you want a big piece?
Oh, no, just a small piece. Thank you now.
We ate quite a bit today.
I see that. It's a...
Sean, you want a big piece?
No, we ate quite a bit.
You had quite a bit of my cake?
Well, we had like everything today, just about. Thank you.
My brother-in-law Doug went to light the candles last night, and he was like trying to light them, and they wouldn't light. These damn things are hard to light. And I was like, does it hurt? He said, yeah, it burned my damn hands trying to light it. So he lit them, and so I blew them up. He says, light them again now. He's like, you so good, try to light them.
We tried to use the stove to light it, and it didn't work.
It didn't work there either.
Alright, before we eat, I think me and Tate's got to sing a little song for you. Alright, ready?
Yeah?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Dwayne the caretaker.
Yeah, caretaker.
Happy birthday to you. Yeah.
Thank you all very much. This is awesome.
It's your second birthday party. Look at you.
Yeah.
Shit.
Get all that caretaker love.
How's a caretaker get love? I'm a damn caretaker. I'm the new guy.
Pretty good, Tasia.
Oh yeah.
All right. After eating that delicious cake, I got one more thing to show. Need you to cover your eyes. All right. All right, Dwayne. We got one last thing. All right. Do.
Oh, that's pretty cool. It's got the Misfits wrapping paper on it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dwayne, the motherfucking groundskeeper caretaker.
Alright. Let's see what you got.
Okay.
Let's do the card.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna do the card first. I'm not a heathen here.
Okay. You look like you're about to heathen enough.
I'm ready to tear into it for a second.
Yeah. So I'm glad to get you wore your Misfit shirt today. I was like, oh, this is perfect timing. Oh, you just ripped the card off. I did tape it a little hard.
Card. Happy Halloween. There we go. American greetings. That's pretty cool. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Happy birthday, stand-up comedian Sean Dills. Tasty. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Yeah, put stand-up comedian right.
Oh yeah. Gotta put that out there. All right. Now for the big reveal.
All right.
Gotta tear open that $11 wrapping paper I bought just for you.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Try not to tear too badly here.
Oh, I taped it pretty hard.
Yeah, I see that. You do a lot of wrapping for Christmas, do you?
No.
Okay, here's the box.
How many times has that joke been told on this show?
I don't know how many times.
A lot.
all the knives in?
Yeah, we'll check the knives out.
Oh shit.
Always prepared.
Hope they didn't cut something.
You want wrapping paper? Oh, that's pretty cool. So what we got here is we got the Misfits Fiend. Look at that. That's pretty awesome mini bust from Misfits Fiend, Trick or Treat Studios. And we got a Jerry only action figure. Look at that, Super 7s.
Alright.
Thank you all. Thank you all very much.
You're welcome.
So we got Misfits wrapping paper and Misfits figures here.
Yeah, we kind of went up with the whole trio here.
Alright. Now, you didn't see earlier, I put my sweatshirt on. And my shirt on earlier. Watch out, man. Watch out.
Uh-oh.
Take my shirt off. Don't get too excited. There we go. Thank you guys, I appreciate
Alright,
it.
yeah. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Watch out.
Alright.
It is now time for our feature presentation. Spoiler warnings.
He's got a gun!
Get on the floor!
Drop the gun! Now!
I killed him.
I killed him.
I killed him.
You guys think a girl did this?
Let me see if I got this straight. A ghost wiped out everyone in front of you. How many bodies you say there were?
20, 30. Crowley killed them all.
Best you got for me? Some kind of urban legend?
I'm telling you the truth.
Whether you want to believe it or not, this has Victor Crowley written all over it.
What the hell did this?
You still think he's dead?
Killed him.
Oh shit! Help! Help! Help!
These are somebody's balls. Balls are not supposed to be hanging from trees. That guy knows what's up. If we don't leave right this second, nobody's gonna be alive tomorrow.
Alright, Dwayne, our next review, we have the 2013 Hatchet 3. Alright, so, this one was pretty good. It starts off right, just like the Hatchet 2, it starts right after Hatchet 2 ends. Like, the ends with her shooting Victor, and it begins here with her shooting Victor. And she walks away, he pulls a Michael Myers lean, which I love.
Just sit straight up.
Yeah. And, you know, and as she's fucking that noise, she's like, as she goes on in the woods, she thinks she hears them, and she's very smart too. And she's like, I think I hear them. And instead of just like, most people in scary movies, like, I hope not. She actually starts up that giant chainsaw he had too, and he attacks her. Shit, that was him. But she manages to like, oh, it's really cool too, the way his head how his head looked after she shot him. He's attacking her with no face.
Yeah.
And she like jams her hands in his skull, and it knocks him back, and he falls on the giant chainsaw and cuts him in half. That's how the goddamn movie opens. Holy shit. It's pretty cool. Great opening. And then she heads back to the city. How is she not fucking dead ass tired though?
She's probably tired.
She's probably been up for how long? Probably 48 hours? Yeah.
At least 2 days or so.
I mean, I guess adrenaline was going to help with that. So she heads back to the city, and she brings Victor's scalp with her and a shotgun, and she goes straight to a police station. If she was black, the movie would have ended right here. But she goes in covered in blood with a scalp and a gun, and they throw her and arrest her, and they lock her up in a cell. Quick note, this one was not directed by Adam Green. Like Hatchet 1 and 2, he did write it, but he did not direct it. This was directed by B.J. McDonnell, and this was his directorial debut in cinema. He's actually known for more being of a camera and being in the camera and electrical department. But after this film, B.J. McDonnell directed a bunch of music videos and the movie Studio 666 and Dead Island. B.J. was also one of the unnamed hunters that was killed off in Hatchet 2. I mean, they had a little montage and where they were just killing people that you didn't know. So here's where we meet the sheriff, Sheriff Fowler. And I don't know if you recognized him, Dwayne. He's played by Zach Galligan. You might remember him. He was the star of Gremlins 1 and 2.
Yeah.
He was both Gremlins. He played Billy. He was also in Waxwork 1 and 2, which I've never seen.
Not seen Waxwork?
Is it good?
I like the first one.
Okay. 2 not good?
I don't remember the second one very well, but I remember the first one. It's actually really good.
What is Waxwork?
So there's this wax museum that pops up, and people go to visit it, and when they get close to the exhibit, like they go wherever time period it is, they get stuck in that time, and either they get out or they get killed.
Oh.
And they become like wax sculptures there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's like in the mid-late 80s. It was actually, I liked it. It was actually pretty good.
I'm gonna have to check that out. Mary Beth tells Sheriff Fowler what happened, and yeah, he don't believe that shit for a second. Which I didn't get, Dwayne, because he did not believe her. However, they closed off Honey Island Swamp for what reason?
A lot of people get killed off there.
Okay.
But I don't believe there's a person out there killing that.
Yeah, I mean, he should know. He knew the backstory. Later on, we find his wife is an expert on Victor Crowley, and then yeah, I don't know. He has theory that she's the killer. Also, little Easter egg here. You notice the director and writer of Hatchet 1 and 2, and he's the writer of Hatchet 3, Adam Green, is playing this character he played in the first 2 movies. He's over there in the cell next to her, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. Yeah, when the sheriff starts trying to say back everything that Mary Beth said at what happened, he's like, this is some BS or something, and like a cheap horror movie, and then the actual guy that wrote the movie, like he's the guy in the cell next door and just pops his head up like he's making the insult about him and everything.
Yeah. The sheriff decides he's going to go check out Honey Island Swamp, and he leaves his best friend and deputy Winslow in charge of Mary Beth. And currently at the island, we got a group of paramedics out there and cops. A one-eyed cop named Hamilton is in charge. Fun fact, the actor of Hamilton, Jason Trost, is actually blind in his right eye, so the eye patch he's wearing is the real deal. He wears it in all his movies. You may have seen him in All Superheroes Must Die, This Is the End. He was an extra in Scream 2. And he also appeared in director B.J. McDonnell's Studio 666. So right before the sheriff can make it out, his ex-wife Amanda shows up, who's an expert in Victor Crowley. She is played by Caroline Williams. You may remember her from the movie we talked about 100 times this episode, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. Yeah. She's in Sharknado 4.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, okay. You're not going to celebrate on Sharknado 4?
Nah. No.
She's in Rob Zombie's Halloween 2.
Yeah.
And most recently, she was in Renfield.
I've not seen Renfield.
I haven't either. I heard it's good though.
That's what I heard.
The sheriff wants her to have nothing to do with this case, but after the sheriff leaves, she quickly convinces Winslow to let her talk to Mary Beth, even though she's definitely not allowed to. She talks him to let her talk to Mary Beth, and she goes in there. And was you excited to see the girl Stretch in here?
Yeah, I like Caroline Williams. She's been in a couple movies that I've seen, and I was like, hey, I remember her. She was in.
When we watched Texas Chainsaw 3, she made a cameo in that movie, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
And she's trying to like help Mary Beth out and to believe in you. And Mary Beth says, "Fuck you." She makes horrible decisions, Dwayne. Like nonstop. Hatchet 1, 2, and 3. They were just nonstop horrible decisions. Like, hey, let's run. Hey, let's go back to his cabin. Now, fuck it, run. You know, nonstop bad decisions. And like this one girl's trying to help her, and she's like, "Fuck off." You know, it made no sense to me why you'd be rude to someone who's trying to help.
Yeah.
And you know, she kind of Amanda brings the hate back, and finally, Mary Beth decides to tell her what happened. We cut back over to the paramedics on the island. We meet Andrew, who is played by Barry Shin. Yes, he played Sean in Hatchet 1. He played Justin in Hatchet 2. Now he's playing Andrew here in Hatchet 3. Really glad to see him back, and now he's a paramedic who they made a hint that he looks like Sean and Justin, but he played that off as racist. I think the fourth one they kind of hinted he was related to him.
Yeah.
They made found two people who had his DNA on them. I'm thinking that was a reference to Sean and Justin. I don't know. They never confirmed that, but that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a group of paramedics over there, and there's also another paramedic, Randy. He's been in a shit ton of horror movies too. He's played by Sean Wallen. This guy's a character actor. He's been in everything. He was in Men in Black, Twister, Hebrew Hammer, and Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. This guy's been in everything. I think I've seen him on TikTok too. Yeah, also there's another Easter egg. While Mary Beth and Amanda are talking, the symbol on the prison wall is the symbol that was on Ben's shirt and on the dude's hat in Hatchet 2. It makes an appearance in all 4 films. I guess he must really like that comic book store, dude. I don't know. So they talk about a little bit about this Victor coming back at night. There's not a whole lot of his origin was talked about in this one, which I think was kind of good because they've done so much in 1 and 2. I'm kind of glad they held back on 3.
Yeah, this one's straight killing.
Yeah. And Andrew told Randy he needs to look at Victor Crowley right away. He goes, "Dude, I think this is the guy here." So as he's looking at him, he's looking at stuff, Randy's looking away. You can kind of see the body bag moving a bit, and of course you know, Victor's coming back. And then within a few seconds, Victor he used a defibrillator on his head and blows his head away. That was a pretty fucking cool kill. This one, I think the kills lacked a bit.
Yeah. A lot of it's just people getting tore up and stuff. It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the comedy here, the last one, the comedy dipped about 20 comedy, 80 horror. This one, I would say 6% comedy.
Yeah, it's a lot less.
94 horror. Yeah, and this one's kind of much more serious tone. So yeah, this one's pretty brutal. And so then we got our first kill. Now the first 2 movies, the kills start around 40 minutes. This one, it took about 20 minutes to get the kills rolling. So this one's a lot faster pace. If you're just here for the kills, this one will get you there a lot quicker. Alright. After the commotion of Randy's death, Hamilton, the cop in charge, hears all that. He goes to investigate it, and he gets a hatchet for his troubles. He looked cool, but he just didn't last long. We go back to Mary Beth and Amanda, and they can hear the commotion on the radio of the people getting killed. And Amanda convinces Winslow that they all 3 should go on a road trip. She wants to find the relative of Thomas Crowley. She knows somebody who is a relative to Thomas Crowley, and because apparently she said the way to end the curse of Victor Crowley is to have someone responsible bring Thomas Crowley back to Victor Crowley.
Yeah.
So they're going to go meet with a relative of Thomas Crowley, and they go on a road trip for like 80% of the movie. And so we're going back, Honey Island Swamp. The sheriff has gathered a crew of a couple officers. But right as the sheriff and his men get there, another group comes in, and it's a SWAT team. And the SWAT team's led by a guy named Hughes. Was it Hughes or Hawes?
Hughes, I think.
So his name was, the leader of the SWAT team was either Hughes or Hawes, and he's a big guy. He's played by Derek Mears. And if you don't know who that is, Derek Mears played Jason Voorhees in Friday the 13th, the remake, the 2009 remake, I believe. Yep. He was also in Hills Have Eyes 2, and he played one of the Predators in the Predators movie. I think that's the one with Danny Trejo.
Okay.
And I can't remember.
The one on the other planet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He also was the alien on the roof in the film Signs, the M. Night Shyamalan movie. Anyway, so Dwayne, I was so excited when I saw Derek Mears in this film. I was like, we're going to get a fucking Jason versus Jason fight. Fucking A. So I was really pumped up for it.
The girl who plays on the SWAT team, she's one of the actresses that plays in Hatchet 1 and 2. She was the one that played young Victor Crowley under the makeup. So they actually got her not in makeup as one of the SWAT team in this movie.
Yeah, also, she is director Adam Green's wife at the time. They're divorced now, but they did. That was his wife when they made this movie. I bet he's pretty happy he killed her off in this film. So, so that was his wife actually.
And that might be my favorite kill in the movie.
Really?
Yeah.
Hers?
Yeah.
Well, we'll get to that here in a little bit.
Yeah, just a hint.
So one of the other officers that's with the sheriff his name is Schneiderman. He's played by Cody Snyder. Does that last name sound familiar?
Yeah.
He's the son of Twisted Sister lead singer Dee Snider. He also worked on Adam Green's Frozen film. He made a cameo in that movie too. He was walking by, and then also Dee Snider himself made a voice cameo in Frozen. Also, more on the subject in Hatchet 2, when she's talking with Uncle Bob after the shower scene, she's actually wearing a Twisted Sister shirt. So there's a lot of fucking Twisted Sister love in these movies.
Heck yeah.
Pretty cool band. So it's kind of cool to see his son in this movie. And then, so the group's all talking, and his son, the Schneiderman, he's kind of like he knows the Victor Crowley legend, and he wants nothing to do with it. And then Adam Green's wife, she's new, so she don't know any of this. They kind of like a hint of a romance a little bit. I kind of like those two. I was saying Hatchet 1 had, you kind of get to know the characters, you know who you like. And this one, not
about 3 or 4 characters you actually get to.
Yeah, I do like Andrew, but it's only because I like the actor and the other two. If it wasn't for that, if he was played by someone else, I wouldn't have cared about the character.
No, not at all.
I did like Schneiderman, because he's kind of like a pussy, but he's smart because he kind of knows the legend. And besides that, I don't. Did you like the sheriff?
Nah. Now, as much as I like Zach from the Gremlins when I grew up, he was a jerk in this movie. I didn't care if he lived or died.
I kind of liked Winslow, the cop, black cop.
Yeah. You got more time with him though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had more screen time with him. You had more time to develop.
Yeah, and some of these characters, they kind of get a pass because they're the actors.
Yeah.
So that kind of helps. But I think out of all the movies,
cannon fodder in the movie.
Yeah, I think this fourth one, I think they spent less time with characters, and they just kind of like, hey, this might be the last one. Let's just go balls to the wall, and they kind of do. And the group runs into Andrew. He was the only survivor of the original group that went in, and he's been hiding this whole time. Yeah. He's like, we gotta get the fuck out, which freaks Schneiderman out, who's already been saying He's kind of scared. He actually shows that he's a bazooka with him.
Yeah.
So, and you know that's going to get used later. All right. And they actually have a pair of balls hanging from a tree.
Yeah.
Which is from Hatchet 2 with the chainsaw. That was, that was kind of... Anyway, so the group runs on and they get to Victor's cabin. And they can actually hear Victor at this point. And one of the coolest things is like you see this like little dark cabin, and then you see two cops kind of like standing in front of it, and you can't see what's in the cabin, but you know Victor's in there.
Yeah.
And that's a bad cop thing. Cops usually got to check room to room, perimeter.
Yeah.
They do that here, and they got the backs to it, and then sure shit, he's in there, and he starts pulling them in one by one, killing them, which is really fucking cool. He just starts slashing away all these unnamed cops we don't know, hacking them up. After he like kills all these guys, he picks one guy up and rips him in half like a damn kid. And finally we get it, our Jason versus Jason. And Derek Mears runs over after watching a man rip a man in half like a piece of paper. He goes, "I want me some of that," and runs over and gets his ass whooped. Victor just basically slams him against the wall, shoves his fist in his stomach, and pulls his spine and skull out of his body. What a big fucking letdown of a fight, Dwayne. What do you think?
Yeah, like I said, Jason versus Jason.
Yeah.
And Derek Mears is a big guy.
Oh yeah, he's
big
taller.
Muscle,
Taller
big muscle looking guy, and he gets killed like in like 20 seconds.
Yeah, I was like, Leatherface is gonna get that cool ass fight, but fucking big ass Jason. But I did feel kind of like he did play Predator, so it's kind of a cool like homage.
Yeah,
maybe.
the skull and the spine. Yeah.
So after he kills that guy, he picks up another unheard of guy, and he's like, looks like he's hinting like he's gonna try and shove his face to this sharp spiked pole.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh no. And so Schneiderman is like, alright, fuck it, bazooka time. He pulls out the bazooka, he gets ready, he goes, hey, what about that guy? He goes, he's already dead, he'll be alright. And he shoots the fucking bazooka at him. And then head right towards him. And Victor, I don't know if he throws him or if the bazooka just hit the cop he was holding, and it launches him to Victor's house, and it blows up.
Victor just like turns his head and watches the rocket go by him and everything. It's great.
It's probably one of the coolest things in the whole movie. And Schneiderman's like, well, shit. And he runs away, and Victor throws a burning piece of lumber through his spine. I mean, that fucker went in there deep, and he's falling to the ground. He's like, oh shit. Everybody's like, alright, and they ran away. And so as they're running away, Victor comes up to him. He rips that piece of wood out of his spine, out of his back, and the blood's gushing out. A lot of skin comes out. It's very brutal looking. And then Victor Crowley twisted Sister his arms off and killed him. It was really fucking. Oh, he didn't kill him that way. He ripped his arms off and then shoved his boot on top of his head, pushed his face into like the mud, and had him drowned that way. I don't know if he died out from bleeding out or if he suffocated, but it is such a brutal fucking death.
Yeah.
Do you think that gets kill of the movie?
That's a really good one.
Yeah.
I like that one too.
Yeah. Bazooka's pretty good too.
Yeah, the AT-4 get launched was actually pretty good. Like I said though, like Victor just watches the rocket go by and then just turns his head back like, y'all shoot that at me? It's great.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I think Derek Mears' kill was a letdown because that's one better fight. So this might get kill the movie, Dwayne.
That's a good one.
Yeah. All right. So that gang leave. The three remaining survivors, which is Adam Green's ex-wife, Andrew, and we have the sheriff. They all run away, and then they bump into another medic who somehow survived. And then that medic runs on his own. He just screams at him and runs away like a dumbass. And then so we instantly go see Victor Crowley, chase him down. That guy finds Mary Beth's father's boat, and he's about to go out and he's hiding. And then he finds Ben, who from Hatchet 1 is somehow, who had his arm ripped off, is somehow still alive.
2 to 3 days later.
Yeah. And then he's asking for help, Victor shows up, throws his hatchet through Ben's head, and Ben says the famous line that's in each movie, "You gotta be fucking kidding me." So he got to say it twice in Hatchet 1 and 3, and Tony Todd got to say it too. Alright, so back to the road trip. Amanda, Winslow, and Mary Beth get to Victor's relative's house, and boy fucking howdy, if it ain't Captain Howdy, what's his name?
Sid Haig.
Sid Haig. And boy does he Sid Haig the fuck out of this movie. He Sid Haigs everywhere. He's just how you want him to be in the
one scene. He steals it.
He stole the show. He was killing it in there, and I thought him and Amanda, what was her name? Her real name?
Caroline Williams.
I thought they had great chemistry in that scene. They were fucking hilarious together. Like he goes, "Over my dead body." She goes, "All right," and he pulls the gun on him. He goes, "Well, blow my head off, bitch." I don't know. It's just basically how you want him to be in the movie. She's wanting to have Thomas Crowley's ashes, and he ain't having no part of it. So they end up taking it anyway. Also, he says a bunch of racist shit towards Winslow, and they're like, "All right, all right then." And then they head down there and going over to Honey Island Swamp. So the 3 survivors from that group, the sheriff, Adam Green's ex-wife, and Schneiderman, are all huddled up in this boat, the medic boat. And Victor's trying to get in. He's beating all the things, and then he uses a belt, his famous belt sander, on the walls there. And he creates a little hole, but it's too small for him to get in. And then they're like, "Oh shit," they're freaking out. And then Amanda and the crew show up, and you can hear her screaming in the back for Victor. And Victor stops, and the sheriff's like, "Oh fuck, my ex-wife." He pokes his head out to go see her, and dumbass sheriff, and he didn't realize Victor Crowley's still there, and belt sanders his fucking head off. Pretty gruesome kill. And then it gets dumber, Dwayne, because after right fucking after he's dead, that one girl she's looking around and she sees his gun, and she thinks that's going to keep him safe. How many times have they shot Victor Crowley in this movie?
A lot.
So she's like, "Well, I need that gun because that's going to work because it worked for everybody else." And she goes to get the sheriff's gun, and Victor grabs her, pulls her in. I don't know what happens to her, but her guts come popping out.
I guess where the metal is sharp and stuff, when he pulls her through that hole, it just rips her insides out.
Yeah. It's fucking gruesome.
It's a good one.
And Andrew is the only one hugging the wall. He's like, "Fuck, nope, I'm hugging the wall." And Victor's like, "All right, fuck this, I'm gonna go get those new people." So Victor goes down to Amanda and group, and they have Thomas Crowley's ashes, and Mary Beth sets it down for Victor, and Victor's like, he's kind of sitting there. He even says "Daddy," which is kind of cool, and was sitting there, and then he goes, "Fuck it," and he's about to hit Mary Beth, but Winslow shoots him 3-4 times, and this is the second time this happened in the movie, Dwayne. Someone shoots Victor Crowley a couple times. They turn their back to Victor Crowley, and then he gets up and kills him. I'm pretty sure Schneiderman did it too, didn't he?
I think so, yeah.
When he got that wood through his back, and then the fucking Winslow does it, and Victor comes out and rips his fucking chest skin off, and blood's gushing out, and kills Winslow. And then he walks over to Amanda, and she goes, "I believed in you. I believed in you." He's like, "Oh, fucking great." And he pulls her head off and kills her. And then he runs over to Mary Beth, and she grabs the ashes, and then he picks her up. And this is brutal. He impels her through a fucking broken tree limb. It's right, I guess right next to her stomach.
Yeah, she got hung up on there.
Yeah. And then she smashes the ashes over Victor Crowley's head, and it melts him. He just turns and melts to big goo. What a world, what a world. And then she kind of breaks the limb, and for good measure, she shoots the shit out of his melted corpse.
Yeah.
And
it's like a melted candle there, about 1-2 foot melted candle left, is what he looked like.
Yes. And that's how it is. And then I guess National Guard come, and then it kind of looks like she's dying there.
Yeah.
On the ground. Yeah, she did get stabbed through the thing.
She got impaled.
Let's go ahead and spoil it for everybody. She didn't die. She's in 4, but you know, just to clarify. And then her and Andrew, Perry Shin, fucking lived. My boy. I'm so ecstatic. And that is Hatchet 3. All right, Dwayne, what are your thoughts on the movie?
So, I liked it. Like I said, it was a lot more brutal. It was less comedy. I mean, the biggest comedy parts were where the guy fired the AT-4 at Victor Crowley, and Victor Crowley just watched it go by.
Yeah,
and then Sid Haig.
Yeah, Sid Haig, and then you got the balls in the tree.
Yeah, and just look at the balls. They're like, are those balls? And the guy's like slapping them and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a couple of good parts in that movie, comedy-wise, but a lot more brutal kills.
Yeah.
I liked it.
The brutality, though, even though there is brutal kills, it is toned down from 2.
Yeah, 2 was like way over the top, but it was good though.
Yeah.
It was good over the top.
There is no over the top when it comes to us brutality kills.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep on with my other 2 Hatchet ratings. I'll keep it as a 7.
A 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't like as much as liked 1 and 2, but it doesn't fall off that much. It's just like a little bit more brutal, a little more serious, not as much comedy. Yeah, like 6.5. It's close enough to a 7.
Okay. So here are my pros and cons for Hatchet 3. Here are the pros. Brutal kills. It's a fun slasher, just like the other 2. A lot of horror actors for me to geek out on. Here are the cons. A big Jason versus Jason fight was a letdown. I missed the comedy. I give Hatchet 3 8 melted Victor Crowleys out of 10.
It's Tasia. It's Tasia.
That's me.
The Tasia Review Show, starring Sean Dills.
This is my review of Hatchet 3. This one was good too, but it definitely wasn't better than Hatchet 2. I think Hatchet 2 was a little bit better than this one.
So I found these at work. These are little fucking things, noise makers, I guess, little pop lines. But they're zombie poop, glowing zombie poop. And me and Dwayne are gonna throw these fuckers at each other. I don't have flip flops on, so go easy. But we're gonna try them out. They glow in the dark, so let's see how they work. These things are supposed to glow in the dark, but I can't tell. Dwayne, can you see? Yeah, these things are supposed to glow in the dark, man. Does it? No. These don't even glow in the dark. Nope, not at all. Glowing zombie poop. What a fucking rip-off.
Tricked again.
Tricked again. Damn, this is... Oh shit, he's already got his out. Oh shit. Hey.
Hey.
These suck. I paid $3 for these. Shit, I dropped a half mile.
Oh, that's what there's a lot of mine in the cockpit. They opened up. Yeah, they opened up. Someone's gonna run these over. Drive the fucking tank test. That would hurt my foot a little. Alright. Wayne, what are we going to give these score these? I don't know. We sucked.
They weren't great. They're just regular old pops.
Patent pending. All that gets denied.
Yeah.
$3.
Then you go to the doctor and eye and get that stuff fixed.
Yeah. Alright. Well, thanks for watching.
Alright, welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Horror Talk. Horror Talk. Horror. Horror Talk.
Not horror talk.
Yes, so this is where we're talking about different horror subjects, and we becoming a fan favorite actually.
Good.
And so we got 2 topics this week. First up, what makes a great horror protagonist? What do you think, Dwayne?
It's got to be a character you like. I know a lot of movies you have like a bunch of teenagers or 20-somethings running around, and you hear the backstory about 2 or 3 of them. So those are the 2 or 3 that usually make it to the end of the movie. But you have all these other people that you don't hear anything about, or they're just friends of friends, and they get killed off pretty quickly in the movie, and you don't care about them. So why do you care? You don't hear nothing about them.
Yeah, if you don't care about your main characters, you're in trouble. I hate when they just kind of jump into it and bad things happen to them. But like it's just like why do I care? You know, I mean, like if they don't spend time getting to know your character, I just and of course I think Laurie Strode being the most famous horror protagonist, most likable. That's why they keep bringing her back. They spend time with her. Yeah, she's kind of that good girl, but she also smokes a little weed, so she's kind of good too. And they spend a lot of time with her before the danger is present in her movie. And also, I don't know. Dr. Loomis in that series, I think just as good.
Good protagonist.
Yeah. I don't know. Dr. Loomis is one of my favorite characters ever. And then you go to Scream. You got Sidney Prescott. It takes me a while to really grow into Sidney. She's just kind of, I think I like Randy a lot better than her.
Well, that's the thing with the Scream movies is like in the first one you had Sidney, Gail, Dewey, and Randy all live.
Yeah.
So you had a couple of people that you actually got to meet, got to spend some time with, get to know the characters, and you had a couple that live. So it was pretty cool actually, as opposed to some of them really had one survivor, final girl. That's it.
And that's why I think Scream might be one of the best examples because, Scream and Halloween because Jamie Lee Curtis is in 5 or 6 Halloweens, and then you got Dr. Loomis is in 5, and Scream. I think that's one of the best things they do is like they keep characters alive, and by the time you get to the next one, you're already preset rooting for them.
Yeah,
like that's my guy. That's my guy from Scream, and you don't have to. You could spend more time doing other things in that movie, and that's why I wish other movies would do it. Alice from Friday the 13th, who lived in the first one and got killed in the opening scene of 2. Yeah. She was supposed to be the Laurie Strode of the Friday the 13th series. However, in real life, she got taken hostage and was held captive by a crazy fan. So she was like, kill me off, I'm done. It really wasn't their fault. It was kind of, just life thing. Yeah. So I think Friday the 13th, that would have been cool for them. But they just kind of showed Jason as a monster. Nobody's safe from Jason. But I do think movies need to focus on this. There are so many horror movies I watch, and then you just got some open mouth breathing white bitch who just like all her friends get murdered off, and that's all we know. I mean, okay,
That's kind of what's cool about that Leslie Vernon movie.
Yeah.
Behind the Mask is or the Rise of Leslie Vernon Behind the Mask
is they say who the main character is supposed to be about, this young girl and everything, and you kind of find out it's not about her. Because they kind of throw that little red herring in there, like, oh, we're going to follow this person around. They're supposed to be the victim, and then they weren't. I mean, they were the victim, but they weren't like the final girl.
Such a unique movie.
It's a great movie.
Yeah. Oh man. And well, we're talking about Hatchet, Mary Beth. Yeah.
Danielle Harris.
Great. I thought she's great. I liked her. And then time you get to the end of the Hatchet series, you got Andrew. I was rooting for Andrew the whole time. I was happy he lived in 3 and happy he lived in 4. So, you know, he's kind of my guy now.
Rose lived in the end of 4 too.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Well, that's topic 1. All right, Dwayne, what's topic 2 this week?
We're talking about sequels. A lot of people say sequels are usually not as good as the original, but we're talking about sequels that are better than the original, or just as good. Just as good or better.
So, now, are we saying any sequel in the franchise, or is it going to be 2?
Maybe any sequel I would go with.
Oh, boy. All right, that opened up a big can of worms there. Well, do you want to start?
Sure. For me, a personal favorite, Hellraiser 2.
Hellraiser 2 is better than 1.
It's better than 1.
Now,
it has more of a backstory. It tells about the Cenobites. You get some kind of feeling for them a little bit, and then kind of, I don't want to share too much from you, but at the end when some of the Cenobites get killed, you see that one was a little boy.
Yeah.
And it just like you're like all shocked. You know?
And but they don't get better after 2.
No, they're not that good.
Friday the 13th picked up throughout the franchise, I thought. First one's great, but I like the sequels better.
I liked the second one. Third one was okay. That's where he got his hockey mask though.
Yeah.
I liked the fourth one. We started getting Tommy Jarvis in there. Fifth one was okay. The sixth one, Jason Lives. Tommy Jarvis is straight up protagonist now for 3 movies.
Yeah.
And I just liked how they were going with that there.
Yeah. And Friday the 13th, Scream's great, but I don't think any of them could top the first one.
No, on Scream, no.
I think Texas 1's the best. You think Texas 2's the best?
Yeah, I like Texas Chainsaw 2.
That's just a we have a different opinion. However, I don't know if you agree with me on this one. I think Dawn of the Dead is better than Night of the Living Dead.
I can go with that. Yeah.
I think Day of the Dead is better than Night of the Living Dead.
Sure.
I think Land of the Dead is better than Night of the Living Dead.
That might be where I stop.
Really? You don't like Land of the Dead?
I like it. It's not that it's bad or anything at all. It's just that how much more are we going with that one?
I loved it. Well, I think, Brad, that's probably where it stops off from there. I don't think the last 2 are going to top the original after that. Oh yeah, Hatchet. For me, Hatchet 1's my favorite, but you like the other one.
I think I rank 1 and 2 about the same.
Yeah.
They're both really good. Sequel-wise, I do like 2 a little more because I think it gives a little more of a backstory towards Victor Crowley being, his dad cheating on his mom and all that stuff. So, and a little more backstory about the people that set the fire to his house and everything. Yeah. So, I kind of like that a little more than I liked in the first one. Then we can talk about which was your favorite Hatchet? Or number one?
Number one's my favorite. I think that the Rob Zombie Firefly trilogy gets better the more they go. House of a Thousand Corpses is my least favorite out of the trilogy.
Yeah, Devil's Rejects definitely better than House of a Thousand Corpses.
And 3 from Hell, I like better than House of a Thousand Corpses.
Yep, I like 3 from Hell better than House of a Thousand Corpses.
Really, kind of, because Halloween, I think the original's better. Child's Play, I think the first one's the best. And then same with Candyman, I think that's the best. A lot of people will say they like Bride of Frankenstein as their favorite of the Universal Frankenstein trilogy, but I think the original's better there too.
Yeah, I like the original.
Yeah, a lot of people like Bride. Some even say Son of Frankenstein's their favorite. For me, the original's the best. I don't know. It didn't. The Bride didn't click with me as well as much as it did with the first one. But really, Dwayne, I think that might be cover of the sequels.
Nightmare on Elm Street 3.
Okay, yeah, Nightmare on Elm Street. Yeah.
That's my favorite. First one was good.
Yep.
Second one was kind of garbage, but the third one picked it up, and it kind of fell off after that. But 3 was my favorite.
Yeah, 3's my favorite, but 4 hurts 3.
Yeah, a little bit.
But all right, well, that was a good number there. And so tune in next week. We'll have a bunch more stuff to talk about on horror talk.
It is now time for our feature presentation. Spoiler warnings.
Sue, get back to the boat. Run back to the boat right now, Sue! What? What?
We're about to meet the only guy to ever see Victor Crowley and live to tell about it.
They take us and a small camera crew and a host, and they fly us in the private network jet.
Okay, I've told you 1,000 times, I'm never going back to that swamp.
They offered $600,000.
Apologies, we had a minor issue with our right engine.
Would you like Xanax, Ambien, Valium, Oxy? I've got heavier stuff if you want.
Hey, there's people out there, thank God!
Your plane has crashed. We're gonna get you all help. That thing in the woods is death itself, and it's coming for all of us.
Look, see? I don't even think it's a motion sensor. I think it's on a timer.
He's coming back!
Austin's dead.
Dude, I'm right here.
Austin's alive.
Go to hell, you ugly bastard!
We are so dead.
All right, our final review of the night, the 2017 Victor Crowley film. This is, you could call it Hatchet 4, but this is kind of like its own new thing. The first 3 was a trilogy, and this is kind of like a brand new trilogy. It's the first 3 were set in like 2-3 days. This one's set 10 years later, so it's kind of honestly a breath of fresh air for me.
Yeah, I think the original was supposed to be just a trilogy and then end it, and then I think they're going to make some more now, so they started with this one.
Yeah, and let's just go ahead and dive in. So the film starts off in 1964. We have a couple on a romantic boat ride in the swamp. The couple is Dell and Sue. Dell is played by Jonah Ray. He is more of a comedic actor, being in films like Mama's Boy, Weird, the Al Yankovic story. Also, he's the new star of the Mystery Science Theater 3000 show on Netflix. Sue is played by Kelly Bruman. She's been in a couple of guest spots on sitcoms, and she was the star of a kids series called The Chica Show. So Dale is trying to work up his nerves to propose to Sue, and once she figures out what's going on, she starts snotting and grossing everywhere. It's kind of a gross comedy.
Yeah.
That's one thing I like about this movie. So Hatchet 1, 2, and 3, they kind of slowly get away from comedy.
This brings it back.
This one brings it back. It's about 40-60.
Yeah.
40 comedy, 60 horror.
This goes back to almost the original with the comedy.
Yes.
It's really good.
And I think this one, I think it needed it. This one helped. This one really, for me, because after Hatchet 3, I was like, okay, all right, you know. But this one, I was like, this is so, you know, I don't know. This one was, I loved it because just how different it was from the others. Anyway, so he finally proposes, and then after he proposes to her, they hear the cry of Victor Crowley. So yeah, he's kind of dead here, but it's back in the 60s, so this was back when he was a ghost. So they go look to help Victor, or whoever's crying. They go back to the swamplands, they're looking around, and they bump into I guess a hunter or a fisherman.
It's like a hunter, yeah.
And it's a cameo. Look who it is. It's Tyler Mane, who played in the Rob Zombie's Howling 1 and 2. He played Michael Myers. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, he was Sabretooth in the X-Men movie.
And he got in a fight with Joe Dirt in the Joe Dirt movie.
Joe Dirt.
So it's kind of excited to see him here. All 3 seconds before, I was kind of, I guess they could afford him, one day? I guess, I don't know, but...
They afford him for about half an hour.
Yeah. And then after that, he kills Dale, and in the most brutal fucking fashion, kills Sue. Cuts her legs, then her arms off, and then her head. You know, listen to him on the Talk is Jericho podcast, Adam Green, you know, talking about his divorce. Thinking maybe he's letting off some aggression on women here, because I also read this is the first one of the Hatchet movies that they kill more women than men, which I don't care, that don't bother me none, but you know, I don't know, just saying how brutal the women get in here, like, you know, maybe he's letting off some aggression somehow. Anyway, so after that we get a little recap of the Victor Crowley story. Not a lot, just enough to remind you, which I thought was great. I'm glad, you know, it's very short. Also, girl speaking is Felissa Rose's daughter.
Okay.
You know, she's an actress in this movie, and we'll get to her later, but her daughter, Lola, was the one who did the little Victor Crowley, you know, intro. And I thought it was kind of nice, you know. It's probably like 30 seconds, kind of retelling the story.
Yeah.
Alright, so we jump back to the present day, and we're on a talk show called Sabrina. And Sabrina's kind of like, what was that one girl, one of those like early morning sitcoms not sitcoms, but early morning talk show, like, who's that girl you like, Tasia? Tyra Banks? Don't she got a show?
Tyra Banks?
Tyra Banks.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Tyra Banks show, you know. And she's going out and she interviews Andrew from Hatchet 3. He wrote a book called I Survivor, and she is horrible to Andrew. The actress, she hasn't been in a whole lot, so I'm not really going to go over her too much, but apparently her and Andrew were married and they divorced, and they never go over what caused the separation. I wish they did, because their characters kind of clashed the whole movie, and we never figured out why. I really think that would have helped the movie a bit, at least in that aspect. Anyway, she's horrible, Andrew. People are think he killed everyone from Hatchet 1, 2, and 3 because he's the one survivor. Of course, you know, Mary Beth is alive, but we don't know that. And I think in my head, the reason Hazel is because she didn't want to be known. You know, I think maybe she wanted to go in hiding or something, or didn't want the attention. Like, he wants the attention. He wrote a book called I Survivor.
He wants money for all this stuff.
Yeah, which I don't blame him. Yeah. So after the show went horribly bad, we meet a new group of characters. They're filmmakers making a Hatchet film. First up, we have Chloe. She's played by Katie Booth. She hasn't been in a whole lot. She's been in a few short films and a YouTube zombie show called Fight Off the Living Dead. Her boyfriend Alex, played by Chase Williamson. He was in John Dies at the End and the TV show Video Game High School. And finally we have Rose, played by Laura Ortiz. And she's actually been in movies before. She was in a remake Hills Have Eyes. Horton Hears the Who, Norbit, and she was actually in director Adam Green's TV series Holliston, which is, have you seen that show?
No.
It's a sitcom he does with him and his best friend, and Kane Hodder, Tony Todd, and it's like a, I don't know, I haven't seen it either, but I really want to watch it. She was also in Drake and Josh, and I think we talked about this in the Hatchet 2 review, she was the little girl Shapiro was trying to get to do the news thing for him. She's 14, I guess, in that movie, but here I guess she'd be like 24 here.
Sure.
And then, but she comes out butt naked, so Shapiro was alive to see this, he'd be happy. And all three are horrible people. They all are just fucking assholes. It seems like Chloe's talking about fucking Andrew in front of her boyfriend. Her boyfriend at every single step of the movie is kind of like, just kind of, I don't know, nitpicking or...
Like you don't want to make the movie.
Yeah, it's acting like you don't care about any of this.
Yeah.
And Rose, I just don't like Rose. I don't know what it is, but like she's kind of, I don't know what's the word.
I like Rose.
You like Rose? Okay, I didn't. But they're all kind of annoying. But they're trying to make a Victor Crowley movie, and also it shows that Alex, he made a shirt that Ben wore. They had like a poster of Ben, and he fucked up the symbol. The symbol that's in all the movies, but when they look at our laptop screen, it shows the original symbol. And it even says it came from that Newberry comic store, which is where it's from. So that's kind of cool. Get the symbol again for the fourth time. And so they're going to go to this book signing Andrew's going to be at. So we jump back. Andrew's at the book signing. He's getting ready, and he meets with his publicist. Right?
Yeah.
Also, there's a Easter egg in the hotel scene. When Rose is getting dressed, there's Holliston. You know that sitcom I was just telling you about. There's a sweater that has Holliston on it. He meets his publicist Kathleen, played by horror icon Felicia Rose, who played Angela in Sleepaway Camp. She was also in Slaughter Party, Return to Sleepaway Camp, Tales of Halloween, Dead End, and Terrifier 2. And they get to the book signing, they draw dicks all over his picture and shit. People hate Andrew in this fucking film.
I think he's a killer.
Yeah. Yeah, they even compared him to the OJ, yeah. And half the people in the line like him. Like, you know, one girl wants him to sign her tits. Then a guy comes around and wants him to sign his cock. And they're like, okay. Also, there's another Easter egg in this scene. There's a lady in the background holding a Yorkie. That's director Adam Green's actual Yorkie. He does a podcast, and then even like once a year they have like a fundraiser for Yorkies. Specifically Yorkies. Anyway, cool little Easter egg there. And then one of my favorite scenes, another Easter egg, is a couple comes up to Andrew, and it's the brother of, what's his name, Chad from Hatchet 2. His brother, Skip, that he talked about in Hatchet 2, comes here, and he's yelling at Andrew, and he shows him a picture of Chad. And he goes, I don't know, but I thought that was really fucking cool. He's played by the same actor as well. So I really liked it. I hope and Victor Crowley 2, Skip comes back. And right before the group can ask Andrew to be in their film, his publicist Kathleen gets a phone call, a big
interview,
a big opportunity, and so they decide to fuck off, to tell everybody in the line to fuck off, and they go on. And apparently someone wants to hire Andrew to go back to Honey Island Swamp. And after he decides, I don't want nothing to do, I don't want to go back to that swamp, she tells him it's for $1 million. So he heads to the plane. He's on a plane, and you get to meet a bunch of new here's your cast of characters. We have Sabrina's back, and she's the one, his ex-wife is the one who is having him do the thing. And you meet her, I guess her production team. Also, we get another Easter egg here, Dwayne. The pilots who come out and talk to him is played by director Adam Green, making his fourth appearance. But this time he's not playing the drunk guy, he's playing the captain. And his best friend, director Joe Lynch, is with him. He does a podcast with Adam Green called The Movie Crypt. Also, his best friend Joe Lynch directed Wrong Turn 2. A bad movie. So, yeah, anyway. So they had a little cameo. We got 4 new characters. First up, we have Zach. He's on Sabrina's crew. He's played by Blake Woodruff. He hasn't been in much besides the Cheaper by the Dozen movies with Steve Martin. Next up, we have Jay. He's played by Tez Yancey. Then we have our camera operator, Casey, played by Tiffany, how do you say her last name? Shepis.
I think.
Yeah, she's been in a shit ton of stuff. Looks like she got her start in Trauma films. She was in Romeo and Juliet, Sergeant Kabukiman, Public Service Announcement, Citizen Toxic Avenger 4. She was also in movies like Hazing, Chainsaw Cheerleaders, Bonnie and Clyde vs. Dracula, which I own. I didn't know she was in that. And Mayhem with Stephen Young. And finally we have Austin, who's played by Brian Quinn, or you might know him as Q from his very famous TV show Impractical Jokers. I don't know if you've seen that show. Jesus, you're out of touch. He's in a very famous show called Impractical Jokers, and one of my favorite podcasts, Tell 'em Steve Dave, the guys who work on a lot of Kevin Smith movies. Austin's basically Q, except instead of being on a TV show, he's a sound guy. He's also from Staten Island, just like Q, and even dresses just like Q. I know I'm kind of nitpicking at that part, but Adam Green did write the part for Q. Yeah, so after he found out they were fans of each other, he decided to write him a role in the movie.
That's good.
So we got some fun character development here, getting to know everyone. Then we jump back to the filmmakers who are now at Honey Island Swamp, and we see a bunch of cool like Victor Crowley merchandise, Victor Crowley dolls, and they're getting ready, and they're saying that they hired a tour guide. They didn't really hire him, but they told a tour guide if he shows them around on his boat that he gets to be in the movie.
Yes.
And so they meet Dylan, the tour guide, aka my favorite character in the whole damn movie. Dylan's fucking stupid and hilarious, and he is awesome. I swear to God, it's the last actor I'm gonna do on here. He's played by David Sheridan. Dwayne, you might know him as Doofy in Scary Movie. He was in Bubble Boy, Corky Romano, The Devil's Rejects, Little Man, and he was a star in a Walking Dead parody called The Walking Deceased. Played Sheriff Lincoln. I loved him in this movie. I loved him as Doofy. God, I loved him as Doofy. So yeah, so now they got those 4. They're wanting to get ready for the movie. So as they're getting ready, they're getting the scripts out. Rose is looking through the script and she's trying to hey, how do you say this word? And it's the exact curse that Thomas Crowley's ex-wife put on Victor Crowley's mom, and they can't figure out how to say it. So Rose pulls up a fucking like 8-hour fucking montage playlist on YouTube of people saying it, and so people are saying the curse over and over on this YouTube channel, and we go back up to the sky, and now you can kind of see like turbulence is going on, and so they have. Sabrina has our crew do some stuff for Andrew, and Jay goes over there, and he's the makeup guy. And as he's doing Andrew's makeup, he does the biggest mistake you could make in a horror movie. He tells them not to worry about the turbulence of the plane. So the plane crashes, launches Zach out the window where he gets burned up by the jets, and he drops down right in front of the filmmakers in this burn-ass body.
Yeah.
But her first kill here. And then the plane crashes in the swamp. We don't really see it, but with the budget as low as they had, you can't do much with that.
Yeah.
So, not going to nitpick on budget reasons. But luckily, it looks like everybody survived except the pilots.
Yeah, they're dead.
And Jay, who gets cut in half.
By the makeup guy.
Yeah, the makeup guy. But everybody else is alive. But we have Christy is trapped under some seats somehow, and like water's kind of pouring in from the swamp, so they're trying to freak out and figure out what to do. So after the filmmakers see the crash, Chloe and Alex Chloe kind of freaks out, so Chloe and Alex get some air. Rose and Dylan run to help the people in the plane. Dylan's trying to help everybody escort off the plane. But Casey's stuck, and she tells Austin that she is pregnant with his baby. And that's kind of like, oh shit kind of moment. And then they're trying to escort everybody off the plane. And then you go back to Chloe and Alex. And they're kind of off on their own, and they're walking. And they get to they rebuilt Victor Crowley's cabin.
As a tourist attraction.
As a tourist attraction, yeah. They even have plaques up there and shit. And they go in there and they start hearing the Victor Crowley cry. And they're Victor Crowley fans, so they run into the cabin. One thing I didn't understand is Dylan told them they're already making 5 Victor Crowley movies. How do they not know that?
I don't know.
Anyway. So they go in there to hide. And Dwayne, I thought this was the scariest scene in the whole movie. Is that they're in the cabin, there's motion sensors going off. And this came out a year before Halloween 18. So you see it flickering and you know he's coming.
Yeah.
You know the fucker's coming. And finally he does. And he tackles Alex to the ground and beats his ass off. I guess he's trying to make up for lost time.
Yeah.
He grabs the hammer, beats his eye in, and then takes the back end of the hammer and pries his head fucking off. Holy shit, that was cool. Chloe waits almost till he's about dead and waits the last second, runs out, finally runs, and Victor slowly walks after her. They have his fucking hatchet on display in the stump, basically waiting for him. And he takes that fucker. And then they go back to the plane. Andrew's trying to wake up his publicist, Kathleen, and she's still asleep from like Xanax. And he says the very famous line, "You gotta be fucking kidding me." Now he gets to say it. Yeah, Chloe runs up to the plane, and everybody's like, "Hey, go this way, go this way." And she's coming, and then Victor grabs her and smashes her head through the fucking window. Oh my god. I thought Chloe was gonna be the star of this movie. And it didn't look like after that. He drags her dumbass up the hill and he's just watching. He goes away. Everybody's like, "Oh, we gotta go help her." And Andrew, he's been through this shit before, he goes, "That's a trap."
Yeah.
Now anybody in the film series, he should know what a trap is. He saw 2 traps. He saw the sheriff and that other SWAT team officer both fall for Victor's traps. He goes, "No, I know this motherfucker, he's trapping you." And everybody's freaking out, and then after a while, they find a water snake in the plane, which ain't that bad.
No.
But Kathleen flips out. I gotta go. Dumbass Kathleen. She runs off the plane, and Austin's like, "Fuck this!" He tries to close the door to the plane, and as he reaches out the plane to get the door, Victor Crowley is on top of the plane and slices the hatchet down on his head. He stumbles back, fucking scalp flies off, and his top of his scalp flies on his fucking baby mama's face, and she's stuck and can't move it. And then he falls down, brain flies out. Holy shit, that was brutal. And then Victor goes up to Kathleen as she's getting a phone call, has a phone in her hand. He rips her arm off. He shoves her arm up her vagina, comes all the way out to her mouth with the phone sticking out. Holy fucking shit, that got killed of the fucking night right there. And after that, Dwayne, I love Victor Crowley in this movie. He has like such a menacing smile. Like he looks like a little. Have you ever seen a kid make a shithead smile after doing something bad?
Yeah, they're gonna do it again.
Victor Crowley made this whole movie. He's a little rascal in this one, little Victor Crowley rascal. And it's just to prove he was a rascal, he walked up, smashed Chloe's head in with his boot, and then he wasn't done doing. He runs over, pushes the plane, which causes the water to rise up and drowns Christy. He fucking killed 4 in 1. He fucking brutalized them. So after that brutality, he killed 4 back to back. Everybody's freaking out. They're kind of come up with a plan, and then the belt sander comes back. And Andrew warned him early because he's got a belt sander. I know this fucker. So Dylan's like, "Hey, I'm gonna try and get the plane running. I'm gonna try to get the jets moving." And so Sabrina Andrew and Rose swim off the plane, go around it, and they're trying to get away. But Andrew feels bad because they left Dylan on the ship. He goes, all right, I'll distract him. He goes, hey, Victor Crowley! And before he can finish the sentence, Victor Crowley's off the plane. He goes, fuck! And they all run off. And somehow, even though Andrew was the last one in the woods, Victor somehow bypasses him. He runs straight to Rose. Rose luckily gets up in a tree, and he misses her. So then he goes for Sabrina. And Sabrina has Kathleen's phone, right?
Yeah.
So she's got the phone, and she runs and finds Dylan's little boat. But the dummy didn't get the keys. I don't know why she didn't think to get the keys, or even running that way if she don't have the keys. She don't have the keys, so she can't start the ship. Victor Crowley shows up, she hears him, and she's hiding. And then the phone goes off. And Dwayne, did you know the Easter egg that showed up on the phone?
I didn't notice it.
So Dwayne, there's an Easter egg on the phone call. The phone call is from Scott Barnes. Scott Barnes, if you remember in Hatchet 1, when Misty was getting a phone call, she was, oh my god, ew, I missed a phone call from Scott Barnes. That's the same guy. Apparently he's friends with Adam Green.
Okay.
And that's why he keeps popping up. And so Scott Barnes called, and he hears her, and he like squishes her head a bit. She's sitting there coughing up blood. And one of the coolest camera angles you see from her point of view. You see him cut down, you see her head roll, but from her point of view. Really fucking cool. Okay, while all this is going on, Dylan is making phone calls to people trying to get radio for help. And eventually some guy goes, hey, asshole, get off this is private thing. That was actually Kane Hodder's voice.
Okay.
Doing that. So after that, Andrew, Dylan, and Rose all are hanging outside the ship as the plane jets finally start roaring. And Victor Crowley comes over and says right in front of the thing, and this is pretty funny, all of them have like a one-liner trying to kill him. Like Rose says a one-liner and throws the hatchet, but throws it like a foot. And then Andrew shoots the flare and has a one-liner, but fucks it up too. And Dylan's like, you guys got any more one-liners? But Andrew runs over and pushes Victor Crowley, but Victor Crowley almost falls in the thing, but he catches himself with his freak strength. And everybody's like, oh shit, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And Dylan makes the ultimate sacrifice and tackles himself and Victor through the jets, killing him and Victor Crowley. Pretty cool kill. And then we kind of, looks like we're going to, it kind of cuts right when Andrew's screaming fuck. And it looks like, they're going to do the frame cut like they do in the original trilogy. But after the credits, or no, like a little way in the credits, we stop and get a bonus scene. And it's someone in a rocking chair watching the news that says, hey, Rose and Andrew both lived this. And we know those two made it. The cops have already come and got them. Which I think was another kind of breath of fresh air that shows, hey, we're not doing that frame cut anymore.
Yeah.
And then the person watching the TV turns out it's Mary Beth. And she's like, when they say Victor Crowley's name, she grabs his shotgun and goes, I'm coming for you, motherfucker. Or I've been waiting on you, motherfucker. Why? Like, she's hobbling. She can barely walk.
Yeah.
Like, what are you going to do? Just leave him be. Don't go to the swamp, But that was Victor Crowley. Dwayne, what are your thoughts?
Okay. So, the guy playing Dylan?
Yeah.
Funny as hell.
He had the funniest lines.
He has the best lines. When he goes and he sees Victor up against the turbine and the engine turbine, he won't go in. He's like, he looks at the girl and he's like, I would have had your babies.
Yeah.
He goes and sacrifices himself.
And they hit, he kept, from the minute he saw her, he was hitting on her. Yeah. And the first time she saw him, she was, I'm a dick. And then later on, he goes, I don't care if you have a dick or not. I love you. and everyone's looking at her. She goes, no, I'm a dick. But and then my favorite line is when, right after he finds them in the plane, he goes up to her and he goes, Austin's dead. And Austin walks in and goes, I'm not dead. He goes, oh.
He said the other guy's dead.
that was funny as fuck. I loved him. I loved him in Scary Movie. He's funny guy in Scary Movie.
So there's one part where he goes to kick the glass out. He's like, I'll kick the glass out. And it's like safety glass on an airplane, so it's really thick.
Yeah.
He kicks it, and he's like, "Oh, my leg!"
Yeah, then like Austin's like, "Hey, that one's broke, asshole. Try that one." Oh shit, he just had the funniest fucking lines in this movie.
Oh yeah, I'm glad that Victor Crowley brought back the comedy.
Yes.
Like you said, it started declining a little bit in the second one. The third one rarely had any comedy at all, really, but this brought it back, and that made it so much better.
Yeah.
It's one of the higher rating sequels. I still like 2 the best, but it's definitely better than 3. I'm still going to keep them all 7. They're all really good. This may be like 7.2, something like that.
7.2.
7.2.
These are my pros and cons for Victor Crowley. Pros. It brings back the humor, but still just as gory. Easter egg central. Changes up the formula. I love the mischievous Victor Crowley. The faces he makes, hilarious. Here are the cons. I wasn't a fan of Rose or any of the filmmakers. Really, that's really the only con I had for it. I'm giving Victor Crowley 8 mischievous Victor Crowleys out of 10.
It's Tasia, Tasia, Tasia. It's Tasia.
That's me!
The Tasia Review Show, starring Sean Mills.
This is my review of Hatchet 4, Victor Crowley. This was probably my favorite movie out of all the Hatchet movies. I thought it was hilarious, and then there were some really good kills in this movie too.
Alright, so that's 4 Hatchet films reviewed. Dwayne, let us go ahead and rank these films.
Okay. So I got number 1 and 2 tied. I think they're both really good. I like number 2's backstory, but the number 1 had a lot more character development with the actual characters, not the backstory part. I loved it 1 and 2. Then I'll go with Victor Crowley as the next one. It got back to the comedy. I really liked it. It's got a lot more not as well known horror actors like Tiffany Shepis and some of the others in there, and I really liked them. I felt bad for her in that movie because she didn't really do nothing except get drowned. I mean, it's horrible. It's kind of sad actually. She's pregnant too. And then the worst, not the worst, but I'll say the one that ranked the lowest out of this series is number 3. It just, I don't know, it's there. That's how I feel. It has good kills, but there's no comedy, there's no adding to backstory. It's just, you got Sid Haig, and that was like one of the funniest things, but besides that, I didn't like it that much.
Okay. Alright, for me, it's a little different, not too much. I'll go backwards. 4th place, Hatchet 2. Hatchet 2, I don't know, just didn't. I just didn't care about any of the hunters, and I didn't like any of the hunters or fishermen. It still got a 7 out of 10. I enjoyed it, but out of the 4, I was definitely, I guess, my least favorite. 3rd place for me, Hatchet 3. Hatchet 2 and Hatchet 3 were close, but I don't know. I definitely think it didn't stand out of the movies, but I still liked it. there's a lot going on, lots of kills. It just is entertaining. And the silver medal second place, gotta go Victor Crowley. This movie was so different from the other ones, but yet kept things we loved about it. And it brought back the humor like in one. And I don't know. I had so much fun watching Victor Crowley. And my favorite, I love Hatchet 1. I love it. And so, yeah, those are our rankings of the Hatchet films. All right, Dwayne, it's time for our final segment of the night, Kill of the Night.
I'm gonna lure you into the dark. My cold desire to hear the boom, boom, boom of your heart. The danger is I'm dangerous, and I might just tear you apart. Oh, oh, oh. You're my kill of the night.
So, Dwayne, last week was our first ever kill of the night, and kind of lame. Didn't have a lot of kills.
There wasn't a lot to choose from.
So, but this episode, we changed all of that, and this is probably the hardest one.
Kill the night smorgasbord.
Yeah, so I kind of narrowed down. I put the best kills from each Hatchet movie, and we could then narrow down what we think is Kill of the Night. So first up, we have Hatchet 1. Kill of that movie was the Shannon kill where he grabbed the bottom of her jaw and ripped her fucking head off. Hatchet 2, we have the table kill where he kicked the dude in the back of the head. His top half of his head flew off across the table.
Right.
Hatchet 3, I'm going to go with the piece of wood spear thrown to his back, ripped his arms off, and smashed his face in the mud and drowned him. Pretty crazy. And then in Victor Crowley, we have arm ripped off, shoved up vagina, stuck up through the mouth. Holy shit. Who do you pick out of those four? Should we narrow it down, or should we just give a clear winner?
The only other ones I thought about were really good were in number 3 with the beginning where she uses the chainsaw on Victor Crowley.
Yeah.
That's a pretty gruesome one there. But yeah, we cut one out. Which one do you want to cut out first?
Hatchet 3 can be cut out.
Hatchet 3. The wood impaling the guy and then getting pulled out and ripping his guts out and stuff.
No, we got stepped in the back. And he ripped his arms and drowned him.
Drowned him.
I think we cut that one out pretty safely.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Cut out number 2.
Number 2?
The head getting curved.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. That leaves us Hatchet 1 and Victor Crowley.
So Victor Crowley would be next, because even though she had her arm ripped off and shoved inside her and sticking out, which was comedy and stuff, that kill in the first one, he just ripped that lady's head off.
Yeah.
He just ripped her head apart. That it was shooting blood everywhere. The tongue was showing. Everything. It was great.
All right, that's Kill of the Night, and fun fact, it's Adam Green and King Holler's favorite all-time kill as well.
Yeah, it's a great one.
Yeah.
Seem to notice I follow you home.
All right, big announcement. Thanks for staying for after the credits. Big announcement. We are starting a tournament. 12 episode tournament. It's called Horror Around the World. Each week we're going to do a different country and show off some of their scary movies. And this is a tournament style. So we're going to do 3 movies for each country, and whatever we rank it, they're going to combine their scores, and we'll see which country gets the highest score. Pretty excited for this, Dwayne.
I'm excited. It's my excited face.
Yes. Are you ready to find out our first destination?
Sure.
Where do you think we're going?
Japan.
Japan. No.
Okay.
We are going to Germany. What do you think of German horror?
German horror or horrors?
German horrors. Horrors.
Horrors. Okay.
Anything comes to mind?
Not top of my head, no.
All right. So the first thing we're gonna do, I'm gonna show you the 3 movies we're gonna review. The first one is probably the most famous movie in the entire tournament, Dwayne. First up, Nosferatu, the 100th anniversary edition. This came out, I think, 101 years ago now. Yep, this came out in 1922. This is a movie that's 101 years old, Dwayne.
Older than me.
It's older than you, that's right. You're about halfway there. Alright, that's first up, Nosferatu.
Awesome.
Okay, Dwayne, this next film I never really heard of. I know it was $40 goddamn on Amazon, but it looked cool. It's called Decoder.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it. By the way, good luck getting the DVD out. I had Tasia to get the DVD out. I couldn't fucking figure out how to get the DVD out. But it's $40. It looks cool as shit. I did research for all the movies for the tournament. This one was like a highly recommended German horror film to watch.
Check it out.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna check this out. The last one, Dwayne, you may have heard of, but didn't know it was the one you watched was a remake.
Okay.
So the last movie I picked, I've seen, but I saw the remake. I didn't know it was an original German film. I know, Japan, we remake a lot of Japan stuff, but this one too was a foreign film that I saw a remake of, and this is called Funny Games.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you've seen the remake.
Same remake.
Have you seen the original?
No.
I've seen the remake. I did not like it, but I am excited to see the original and see if it's any better than the remake. This one too was about $20.
Oh yeah.
These foreign films are killing me. So check that out next week. We are heading to Germany. So we'll see you next time. Bye bye.